One moment here.
Technical difficulties.
Sorry about that, folks. Slight technical difficulties there. We're back though. Round one, we are going to have Christian Urena with Rug Marvel against Justin Bova on Black Green Aggro. Should be an interesting matchup here. I don't know a lot about the Black Green Aggro deck. Curious to see how it compares to the Black Green Delirium decks we've seen running around.
Yeah, I would imagine there's still some of the game plan of being down with like Grim Flare. It's probably playing the new Nimble Mongoose Death Touch Guide, the Tree Folk. Uh, Wire was it Gnarlwood Dried? Is that it?
Yeah,
That's
Gnarlwood
correct.
Dryad.
Gnarlwood Dried. I would imagine it's something one drop, two drop kind of
Wants
situation
to
there.
curve out, put some pressure on. Can
Hmm.
be a very good game plan against the Marvel decks. Get underneath all the big stuff they're trying to play. With that being said, our players are setting up. I think they're drawing their opening hands, so why don't we take it over to the feature match? Okay, we have Christian here on our right with Marvel. Justin leading off here with the Swamp, and we are underway here in round one. Now, these Marvel decks we've seen evolve. They were a little more just going all in at the beginning of the format, wanting to just get turn two or three with one of these big creatures, and they've evolved to have a bit more of a grindy long game.
Hmm.
They're playing stuff like Whirler Virtuoso now to try to stall out the game and generate value off of their energy in other ways besides just the Marvel. They still
Sure.
sometimes have a slow start, though. We see Christian leading with the tap land here.
Yeah, and I imagine being able to have those creatures too gives you kind of an alternate game plan of being able to just attack in the air with Thopters and servos and or
Definitely.
yeah, all your little guys can sometimes just kind of get together and attack and do the last little points of damage that you need.
Can definitely let them turn the corner if they see an opening, but usually they end up just kind of stalling the game out for them, let them get the Marvel down,
Okay.
spin their wheels until they get one of the big Eldrazi out, or perhaps an Ishkana.
All right. Well, we got the deck lists here. See if there's anything spicy floating around.
Taking a look at the list here, it seems like we're pretty on point with what we're seeing from the green-black aggro deck. We've been playing the Grim Players. A little bit of top end here with some Gear Hulks. Catacomb Sifters are in here to try to help find the answers they need in given situations. Looking back at the game here, Christian played out a Servant of the Conduit on his turn two. Justin goes ahead, answers that with a dead weight, and gets in there for some damage with that Scrap Heap Scrounger. And I believe that's another three getting in there from that Scrap Heap. Christian not having a
Yeah,
response,
Scrounger seems to have gotten two hits in there.
putting him down to Christian down to 14.
Mind Rack Demon. Looks like Delirium is now up. Enchantment, creature, artifact, and land.
Yeah, that'll get him Delirium here on turn four, along with a 4/5 flying body. Christian's going to have to find an answer to one, if not both, of these creatures very quickly.
Yeah, that Mind Rack Demon, without the drawback, is going to make short work of Chris's life total.
And, he's on a two-turn clock here with the three from the Scrounger, four coming in from the Demon. That's 7 points a turn.
Yeah, this could be over pretty quick if Chris doesn't do something soon.
Absolutely. If there's a deck that can have a big play very fast, though, it is certainly this Marvel deck. If it can generate energy rapidly, in addition to getting Marvel down, he could spin the wheels on that, hit an Emrakul, hit an Ulamog, and potentially just deal with both of those creatures right off the bat.
Sure. And Etherworks needs up.
Speaking of
And that seems
Aetherworks,
to be
Marvel.
it. Yep.
That
And he
is his
needs
play here,
6 energy.
for.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So he still needs to generate three more.
Which could be difficult to do in one turn, but
So he would
sure
need
he's
something
gonna
like
try.
Whirler Virtuoso or some combination of Ether Hub and one of the two energy generating ones. It's like Servant of the Conduit. But regardless, he needs to do something this turn here, or he is going to be shuffling up for game two. Harness Lightning, generating three energy. See if he actually tries to kill something with it, or if he's going to use the six for the Marvel Works. Looks like he uses six for Marvel
I think he had
Works.
three energy floating earlier from he had that Servant of the Conduit he played out and got killed right away, plus the Aether Hub. So that Harness Lightning is going to generate the 3
Yeah.
remaining he needs to spin the wheels on this Marvel. Let's see if he gets any hits. If not, I'd imagine that's pretty much game.
Ulamog would be great here.
Ulamog has to
Emrakul.
be what he's looking for, but I can't imagine he's found that. I think that would have hit the field pretty quick.
It looks like he has it there.
He
He's
doesn't
just
need to have an Ulamog.
looks like he's debating whether or not he wants to play the Emrakul. It seems like Ulamog's probably the correct play here. Let's see if that's what he chooses, and it is.
Ulamog's going to come down, exile both of those creatures. And as far as plays that could let Christian stabilize, I think that has to be the one he was hoping for.
Yep. So very powerful deck. He was in a very bad situation and was able to stabilize.
An
here.
interesting line here. Justin went ahead and, in response to the triggers from Ulamog, cast a Grasp of Darkness on his own Scrap Heap Scrounger. That
Okay.
way, it goes to the graveyard instead of exiled. I believe that was the line, at least. I don't see that Scrounger in the yard anymore, so perhaps something missed in sequence. And
All right.
not sure exactly how that wrapped up. Chris apparently got the win. Apparently, Justin ran out of gas there and was not able to fight back against that Ulamog.
He just concedes there. Okay.
That's going to put Chris up a game, and we're going to move to game 2. Now, while they're shuffling up, we can take a look at their sideboards here.
Okay.
Justin has 3 Kalitas Trader of Get, 2 Deadweight, a Flaying Tendrils, 2 Ishkanah Graph Widow, 2 Lost Legacy, 3 Transgress the Mind, and 2 Natural State.
Mm-hmm. Well, the natural states seem like an automatic include to
Yeah,
destroy the namesake card of his opponent's deck.
Yeah, the Marvel, obviously the deck's built around it. If you can keep this deck off of it, they still have ways to win. We've seen players on this stream turn 3 a Chandra, turn 5 Worldbreaker, turn 6 Ulamog, which is quite the curve.
Yeah, very very powerful series of spells.
Looking over at Chris's sideboard, he's got 3 Tireless Tracker, 2 Jace Unraveler of Secrets, 4 Galvanic Bombardment, 2 Natural State, 2 Dispel, and 2 Negate. I'd imagine we see those bombardments come in, try to deal with the creatures early,
Yes.
keep that pressure off.
Slow him down. Do you think he brings in dispels or negates in a way to preemptively sideboard against Justin's attempts to destroy his Marvel? Or does he wait until he sees those spells potentially in game 3 to side those counter spells in?
I'm not sure. I would imagine he'll probably wait, although I'm not sure if it's correct. I think perhaps bringing in ways to protect your Marvel, because that's really going to be how he wins this game.
I like
Running
the
out
idea of-
value is not going to be the primary game plan.
I like the idea of bringing in the 2 dispels. It's very cheap. It's easy to keep 1 blue open. So it's easy to cast your Marvel Works and have just 1 blue. I like you obviously need to assume that your opponent's bringing in something against you, especially for your Marvel Works. It is a popular deck. I like the idea of bringing in the 2 dispels. Maybe he doesn't need to bring in the 2 negates. Those are probably better suited for more mid-range or control-ish type decks, and this deck
agree.
seems to be pretty aggressive.
Absolutely. I could see the negates coming into something like the mirror match here, which we're expecting to see a lot of.
Yeah.
Can help you answer your opponent's Marvels, can also answer Planeswalkers they might be playing, or
Right.
ways they bring in to deal with your own Marvel as well, as you'd stated. It's a very versatile card in the game.
I agree.
Staple of Magic throughout history. And would expect we see it cast at least once here today.
Yeah, I like bringing in the bombardments. He only saw the 2 creatures that he saw with the Scrap Heap Scrounger and the Mind Rack Demon. He saw a Deadweight, a Smuggler's Copter, and a Grasp of Darkness. So I'm wondering if he knows that if his opponent is an aggro version of this deck, or not just the Delirium version. If he knows his opponent's playing the aggro deck, he definitely brings in those bombardments. I assumed if he's just the Delirium deck, do you still bring in the bombardments?
If it's just the Delirium deck, I think you probably go for more of the mid-range plan, bring in maybe your Planeswalkers and your Tireless Tracker, but if that is what he's expecting, that's what he brings in, I think it puts him at quite the disadvantage. I think he really wants the removal here. I think the Scrap Heap Scrounger might be a bit of a giveaway, that he's a little more
Right.
aggressive. I don't
Right.
think that's usually seen in the in the Delirium decks. Looking back over at Justin's sideboard, I think Lost Legacy is a very interesting card, controversial to a certain extent. That, of course, is the 1 black spell. You name a card and you can search your opponent's library, graveyard, and hand for that card, exiling all copies found. They get to draw cards for any copies of that removed from hand. Pardon me, that's probably not the exact text, but
Yeah, I think it's non-artifact, non-lands, right? Or is it
non-artifact, non-land, I believe,
non-artifact, non-land?
yes. So I would imagine they're here for this matchup. If he gets to cast that and name Marvel or Ulamog or Emrakul, it can really take Chris off of his game plan. We are underway for game 2 here. Chris leading us off with a Vessel of Nascency. And Smuggler's Copter coming down
Here
on
it
turn
is.
2. Looter Scooter, as it is affectionately called. Unfortunately, Justin doesn't have a creature to crew that up with, so it's going to take him at least a turn to get that going. Chris debating a second land drop here. As a mountain and passes, we expect to see either a removal spell or that vessel to get cracked on Justin's end step here. Justin casting a Catacomb Sifter. Chris
Sifter,
double-checking.
a great creature to crew Smuggler's Copter with, giving you two creatures that can crew, giving you immediate value too off being able to scry, or if when your Smuggler's Copter dies.
Which is what we just saw here.
Yep.
Justin taking advantage of that scry, shipping a card to the bottom. We are back on Chris's turn. Catacomb Sifter, a card we haven't seen in Standard all that often since the last rotation, once the Rally the Ancestors deck rotated out. It was an all-star there, let them search whatever they need, and it fills a similar role here, just being a solid blocker, and lets you find what you need to keep gas coming. Make sure you don't have dead draws in the late game.
And I believe it was for the, maybe not the last Pro Tour, but the one before, where Ifro had a green-black deck where he leveraged playing Catacomb Sifter in a more aggressive version of the black-green decks. And he was using Catacomb Sifter to help power out his Smuggler's Coppers, power out for, it escapes me. I remember he was playing Catacomb Sifter for specific reasons with his green-black deck. I can't recall what it was.
the specific cards, but can certainly the mana generated from the sign can help power something out quicker.
Oh, right. It was for the mana for no, sorry, it was for Kaladesh. Yeah, it was for the mana for Verdurous Gearhulk, and it was for the Kaladesh Pro Tour. It was extra mana for Verdurous Gearhulk, so you cast a turn earlier, and it gave you 2 creatures to crew your Smuggler's Copter. So he had those aggressive versions of green-black deck list that he was working on, along with playing cards like Blossoming Defense. I don't believe, does he have Blossoming Defense in this deck?
He does have Blossoming Defense. He has Verdurous Gearhulk. This is probably very similar to what the deck you were mentioning. Chris takes 2 from that Catacomb Sifter here, going to 18. And not the fastest start here from Justin, but that Mind Rack Demon has hit the board, and as we saw last game, that can really turn the tides quickly. Had Chris down to 7. Chris only had 1 turn to make sure he hit something with that Marvel, or he would have been out of luck and out of life. Fortunately for him, he managed to find Ulamog and take control of the game. We'll see if he can stabilize here again, going back to Chris's turn 4.
Now, I don't believe Justin has Delirium yet, so he is going to be taking 4 each up. It looks like he has Artifact, Creature, and Land. That seems to be a Grim Flayer there as the gold
I see
card.
The Grim Flayer, there's the Smuggler's Copter in there, and I believe 2 Scrappy
2
Scroungers.
But if he's trading damage with Chris, he's going to be in a very advantageous position if Chris can't find an Aetherworks.
Even potentially another card like a Chandra that could deal with one of these creatures and slow him down. Could be beneficial. We're seeing another Servant of the Conduit. That's not what Chris was looking for here. It does help ramp up his energy, but it's just not going to be powerful enough to deal with the threats that Justin's putting down here. An Aether Orb coming down is going to get Chris up to 4 energy. And we see another Vessel of Nascency coming down. This is kind of what the Marvel deck likes to do. It likes to spin its wheels, bide its time. And
yeah, he's really not interacting too much with Justin's deck. He's just trying to do his own game plan here, and Justin could just overrun him here pretty quickly. That Mind Rack Demon is a very large creature. flying, giving an evasion can end a game pretty quickly. And here they come.
So attacking in, Chris is going to take 6 damage here, down to 12. He's Chris choosing not to make any blocks with the servants here. I'd have to imagine that means.
Oh boy. Well, he has Delirium now.
And there's that Lost Legacy we see going to the graveyard, one of the cards I'd mentioned, potentially coming in to deal with the larger threats. That second Mind Rack Demon is going to be quite the clock here for Chris, who is at 12, not 1. Sorry about that. And, he's going to have to hit something here. If not, those Mind Rack Demons are 8 in the air, and the other 2 creatures will be representing lethal on board.
So he's going to need 6 energy. He's going to need... So he's need... it looks like he's going to need 3 more energy. He needs to have Aetherworks Marvel, and he needs to get into Ulamog probably just to get these 2 flyers off the board.
And I believe we did see him off the vessel there take a Whirler Virtuoso.
Whirler Virtuoso, okay. I guess he
which
could...
will buy him enough time that he could generate flyers with that.
Well, does Mind Rack Demon tramples, correct?
I believe so.
Flying and trample. So
we'll double check on that.
Making some Thopters won't do too much, but it might have just been the best card that he had to choose from the vessel.
If nothing else, it will get him that 3 energy. That if he does end up hitting Aetherworks Marvel.
That's right.
Excuse me, folks. He will be able to get that spun and try to hit something a little more impactful. He's gonna have to use one of the energy to generate the blue here, which we see him using Aether Hub for.
And Mind Rack Demon does trample, so making Thopters would not be a advantageous proposition for him at this point.
3 energy to gain 1 life effectively is not what Chris is looking to do here. Let's see if he has any play here. 3 mana still available.
So Chris could take 1 more hit from these Mind Rack Demons, go to 4. The creatures on the bottom, he could take 3 from the Dryad if he wanted, and then block the 2/3 with his Whirler Virtuoso, which I guess puts him down to 1, giving him 1 more turn to be able to untap and try to find an answer to turn this all around. It's going to be very tough, though. Scrap Heap Scroungers are still in the graveyard. It looks like Chris would probably get easily overrun, but we'll see how this all plays out. But
this
does not look very good for Chris in this state right here.
No, I would agree with you, but it's at the same time, it's very similar to what we saw last game, where there's a large board on the other side, and Chris is just biding his time. Like we saw Aetherworks Marvel coming down and casting a free Ulamog or an Emrakul can really turn the tides very quickly.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he needs Ulamog here. Well, it seems like he made a Thopter with 3 of his energy.
I believe that's exactly what he did there. We'll see if our team can get the actual Thopter token over there at some point today. If Chris went ahead and used the Thopter and one of the servants to double block, get rid of that. Chris is going to take 8 here, nonetheless, go down to 4. Another Catacomb Sifter coming down on Justin's side. I think Chris really, even if he had the Aetherworks Marvel here, I don't think it's going to be enough. The other tool he potentially has is Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, which will gain him 3 energy and 3 life if he plays it, which might be enough to buy him a little time, but he is at 4. Even if he could play one of those and sacrifice it, he would still be going down to, and that's exactly what's happening here. He's going to play that, gain 3 up to 7.
Yeah, and Justin can even get the Scrap Heap Scrounger into play this at the end of his turn with the Eldrazi Spawn token, giving him 1 more beatdown creature, upgrading his 1/1 into a 3/2. So a lot of pressure getting put on Chris here. He just kind of looks like he's trying to stay alive,
Shall.
which he's done a good job of so far.
But he is on the back foot here.
He is.
Justin doing exactly what his deck wants to do here, playing out these creatures and getting in early, just getting under all the value that Chris tries to generate late game. And we see exactly the line you were discussing earlier. Upgrades his 1/1 Scion into a Scrap Heap Scrounger. Draws for turn. And
And it looks off screen. It looks like that was probably Verder's Gearhulk if it was 5 mana.
I would imagine that was the play there, and that is going to end that game.
All right.
Justin's
1-1.
going to go up. We are going to go to a game 3 here in round 1 of our Grand Prix trial for GP Pittsburgh.
So it didn't look like Chris brought in the galvanic bombardments. Excuse me. That's for that second game. But now seeing more beatdown creatures like the Gnarlwood Dryad and Catacomb Sifter type creatures. Do you think it's more likely he's probably going to bring those cards in, especially being on the play, like to try to keep his opponent down so he can get himself to the late game?
Absolutely, I would think that has to be his game plan here. We already saw Justin had brought in those Lost Legacies. I think that's. I'm not a fan of that style of card myself that strips a card from a deck. I
Yeah.
think it's usually not as impactful as you want it to be, but this is a matchup where it might actually do enough. If in a matchup where, say, the green-black aggro deck just can't beat an Ulamog or can't beat an Emrakul,
Right.
it might be impactful enough and important enough that they can bring it in and get rid of it. We see Chris reaching for some more cards out of his sideboard here. It looks like it's 4 of them. I would assume that's the galvanic
Yeah.
bombardments
Seems he's made
failed
that
to bring
decision
in
now.
for game 2. I
Yeah,
can't imagine either player is making much of a change based on if they're on the play or on the draw. Looking at these lists, but
Yeah, seeing that Chris now got to see more cards out of Justin, was able to more accurately identify what deck he's playing, what he's on, making the sideboard adjustment to better suit his matchup. So
with
a good eye
upgrading
there.
the removal suite here as well as being on the play, I like Chris in this matchup. I think his ability to just go over the top is important here.
Yeah, and with the bombardments too, he has harness lightnings and bombardments, and those harness lightnings can take down mind rack demons with all the extra energy production that he makes. So it's very possible for Chris to be able to just deal with everything that Justin's trying to do, and make it to a point where he can even have time to cast his top end just the natural way if he's not able to get his Etherworks going, or if he uses all of his energy to spend on harness lightnings. I think Chris is pretty favored here, especially going first as well. So he has the chance to just get ahead of Justin and then keep him down and stay ahead.
And not to undercut the power of the green-black aggro deck. None of the Gearhulks are anything to scoff at, particularly Verdurous Gearhulk, potentially putting itself into play, as well as putting another 4 power and +1/+1 counters onto the board, effectively having haste. That can certainly come down and make a big impact very quickly.
Yeah, if Justin can live the dream and get a setup where he gets to, he has Noxious Gearhulk in his deck, right? I know we have Verdurous Gearhulk.
Don't believe we have
We have
Noxious.
one Noxious. And I've seen some lists sometimes play one. It'd be really fun if you could get that one Noxious Gearhulk on an Ulamog after. Well, no, I'm sorry. I guess Ulamog has Indestructible. too.
Yeah, Ulamog would be indestructible, so
Yeah,
that wouldn't
it
quite
wouldn't be able to
work. I don't think I see in his list here.
Well, maybe
any
it's good
real-
that he doesn't play Noxious Gearhulk then.
It would be a excuse me. I believe it would be a dead card in this matchup at least. Players just resolving mulligan decisions here, and we should be underway shortly. Yeah,
Well, looks like Chris is kept. He's happy with his
Aether
7.
here, and immediately firing off into Tune with the Aether, get his mana set up, get a little more energy.
Off to the races.
I'm sure he wishes he didn't have to spend the energy from the from the Aether Hub in order to get more energy with the Attune, but
Well, we do what
you
we
must
have
do
to
what
do.
you must do.
Yeah.
Exactly. We did see him get a forest there, so he will have green.
I bet his hand
energy
is
free.
something with was Ether Hub with 2 Attune with Ethers, getting that other forest.
Right, possibly. We see Justin just lead off with a Swamp, and he passes the turn back. A deck we'd always want to see a turn 1 play, but not that many of them when you take a look at the list. I believe the only 1-drop creature he has is the Gnarlwood Dryad.
I bet this green-black aggro deck would love if Duress were legal in the format.
Oh, I'm sure. See a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot coming down here for Chris. He's going to gain 3. That'll put him up to 23.
Alright, we have our first beatdown creature off the aggro deck.
Scrappy Scrounger, a resilient one at that. Chris already sitting at 5 energy, though. I'm going to just go land into Aetherworks Marvel, sacrifice that Puzzle Knot along the way, and he has more than enough energy to keep the Aether train going. See him play a Vessel of Nascency here. Just going to send it back. Things at a bit of a slow start here for the
Yeah, I wonder if Justin just
the
doesn't have any
Aetherworks deck.
green sources at the moment.
It's very possible. One of the benefits of the Scrap Heap Scrounger is the fact that you don't actually need any green or black sources. You can use whatever you need.
There we go. Got the
We're
forest.
That forest coming down. You get him that green source. Pardon me.
It's possible he could have just been sandbagging the forest because he didn't need it yet. Just maybe to give misinformation.
Certainly a possibility. It's also possible he just drew it. It's also possible the sequence of lands didn't matter. We will never know. Seems to be considering a play here. He's going to get out a Catacomb Sifter. If we get him that 1/1 Scion. It's a very versatile card here. Can help him power out larger spells. Can help him dig to make sure he doesn't run out of gas. Chris making sure he doesn't run out of gas himself here. He's going to crack that Vessel of Nascency. Reveals a few cards. Couldn't see what he takes. We are seeing the Vessel along with a Forest and a Servant of the Conduit there in his graveyard. I think it's a little off screen for you guys at home. I believe he grabbed a Forest off of that Vessel, possibly indicating he needs some land drops here.
Well, if he had Aetherworks Marvel, that forest gives him his 4th land. He'll still need to be able to get the 6th energy, but that shouldn't be too hard at this point, especially with that Puzzle Knot in play.
Yeah, he might not have the energy for it this turn, but he would be able to get it shortly. And he's going to play out that Aetherworks Marvel here.
So what do you think about playing in such a way where instead of playing your Marvel out there where it could possibly get blown up and you can't get activation off of it, waiting a turn to sacrifice the Puzzle Knot so that way you can at least have enough energy so when you play your Marvel, you'll be able to pop it?
I was actually thinking the exact same thing right now. That's probably the line I would have taken here of holding off on casting the Marvel for turn. I'm sure he was excited to get it out there. It's his big threat. It's what his deck does.
Yeah.
But I think waiting a turn here may have been advantageous. I can't really see a benefit to getting it out now, except you're avoiding Transgress the Mind.
Sure.
As well as Lost Legacy. 2 cards. He's
that's
at least
true.
seen the Lost Legacy here.
Yeah, and he hasn't seen a card like Natural State or Removal Spell for the Marvel yet. I would think that you would assume your opponent is bringing one in, but he hasn't seen it yet, so it might just not be a card that's on his mind yet.
Chris is going to take
And
6 here on the
It's
attack.
also possible he might just have 2 Marvels in his hand, 2 Aetherwork Marvels, and he feels that it's safe just to run one out there. He has like Ether Hub, so he knows he's going to get his 6th energy, or a Servant that he knows he's just going to be able to generate it.
And here is that Lost Legacy coming
Look at
down.
that. He successfully dodged a cranial extraction.
I'm not sure if that Lost Legacy here would come down and name Aetherworks Marvel. It's possible he'd play it out and just still name one of the big fatties, which I have to assume is what's happening
I guess,
here.
yeah, that makes sense. You just take away the tools, the toys you get to play with.
Obviously, if you know your opponent has the Aetherworks Marvel in hand, you strip the card from hand. But the other valuable piece of information here,
Ooh, we have Emrakul in
we have
hand.
an Emrakul and another Aetherworks Marvel in hand,
So he
which
did
is
have
probably
another
why he
Marvel.
did go ahead and play that out. The other valuable piece of information here, Justin does get to look through Chris's entire deck, so he's going to know every card he has there, know exactly what he needs to worry about for the rest of the game. Like I said, I do not believe that Emrakul came out of Chris's hand, so I would assume Ulamog was the target.
Yeah, it looks just barely off screen there. It
I
looks like
believe I
that's
just
the form of an Ulamog.
got confirmation from our spot over there. Ulamog was the named card for Lost Legacy here.
So an interesting side effect it's pretty small, but taking out those 4 Ulamogs will increase the percentage of chances that Chris has to draw lands to cast his Emrakul. It's very small, and it may not be relevant at all, but it is a neat little thing that will happen here.
And Magic is a game of small percentages, to be sure. Every little bit of advantage you can get can make a huge impact and be game deciding when it comes down to it. Especially in a format like Standard, where a lot of the cards are going to have very similar power level. A lot of it comes down to the little percentages you get from things like that, and the little advantages you generate from making the technically correct plays and just playing very sound fundamental Magic. I think a lot more games come down to fundamental Magic and playing correctly with the basics than a lot of people realize.
Yeah, giving yourself those small little chances to take advantage of the opportunities when they pop up, like giving yourself as many opportunities to get those little 10% and 15% that pop up here and there, creating those advantages for yourself. Like that matters a lot over time.
We're just going to go ahead and activate that Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot here. Go up to 8 energy, gain 3 life, put him back up to 17. He's going to go ahead and spin that Marvel.
Spin the wheel.
We'll see if he
Make a
manages to
deal.
hit one of his big threats here. He's double checking his graveyard here.
So he knows Ullamogs are gone. His Emrakul's in his hand. He just has the one Emrakul in his deck. High impact cards that he could get. I guess Orwillo Virtuoso wouldn't be the worst.
You just have the Chandra Torch of Defiance in here. That can potentially deal with some of the creatures. And the Servant of the Conduit is the only thing he manages to hit here. That is
Well, it is, I guess, mana production for him to try to cast his Emrakul. He has another land in his hand that we saw from the Lost Legacy. I think he has a Harness Lightning as well. Should at least help knock down one of Justin's creatures.
Now, assuming he does have a removal spell, do you think he should go for the Scrap Heap Scrounger here, or do you think the Catacomb Sifter is the safer bet?
I think you just get the Catacomb Sifter. It's helping him scry and find other threats, and the Scrounger's just going to come back.
If he does have a removal spell, he's not using it on his own turn, sending it back over to Justin here.
Yeah, I believe I saw a Harness Lightning. I might have been wrong. But if he had Harness Lightning, it probably would have been safer to do on his turn. But
Avoid cards such as Blossoming Defense, or
to avoid the reactive spells that give hexproof. Well, seems like Chris is thinking.
yeah, so he has to have something he can play here. Otherwise, there's no reason to consider this one. He may also be considering a block with that Servant.
If he didn't have a removal spell in hand, I'd be a little happier about blocking the Scrounger since there's no creature already in his graveyard. But if he's going to be Harness Lightning, if he's going to be removing a Catacomb Sifter, killing the Scrounger with the block doesn't seem
He did
very
not have a removal spell, it appears. He goes ahead and takes
Okay.
5 here.
Maybe
see
the
a-
red card I saw, I was
It's a little
just
out of
the
screen
mountain.
here for you guys. He has a second Catacomb Sifter coming down on Justin's side.
Oh, seems like he cast Harness Lightning on the token.
Interesting choice to going for the token as opposed to the Catacomb Sifter. Looking through his graveyard here on Chris's side.
So what cards are in Chris's graveyard at this point? So we know there's a Vessel. We know there's an instant he just put in the graveyard. And So there's enchantment, instance.
I
You
believe
can
there's
get a
a
creature in there
sorcery and
pretty
attune with
easily.
Aether in there yet. That's how we
Sorcery,
opened
yep.
up the game.
I don't know if the vessel put a land into his graveyard. But so he's still a little ways off from being able to cast Emrakul.
Another Scrap Heap Scrounger and a Gnarl Root Dryad coming down.
Yeah,
That's a
Justin
lot of board
just
presence here.
applying a lot of pressure.
And Chris, taking a look at his deck here, does not seem to have any sweepers in here. No Radiant Flames hanging out. Not sure how he's going to dig his way out of this one. He may need to try to find something.
He's going to need something like Vessel into another Puzzle Knot to gain more life and hopefully fill up his graveyard with card types so he can cast that Emrakul. It seems casting the Emrakul is pretty much what he needs to do to be able to win this game.
And even that, I'm not sure it would be enough. There's so much power sitting on Justin's side of the board here.
Yeah, he would need Justin to have like removal spells for his own creatures in his hand, and if Justin identifies that that's what's happening, he can just stop casting spells altogether and just
Chris going to go
keep
ahead.
his mana up. Oh,
Apparently he has
like
more
he had
card
more
types in his
card types,
graveyard
yeah.
than we thought. Emrakul coming down. The
Well, that's the best case scenario for Chris here,
giant
especially
flying
with Justin
tentacle
with his mana
monster.
tapped out. His land's tapped too, so if he has any removal spells, he can't burn them real fast. Chris will be able to use them on his own creatures if he has any.
We'll see shortly if he does or not. I don't think there's much else Chris can do here. He's going to send it over to Justin's turn with Chris controlling it. There's at least a Grasp of Darkness in there. I think I see a Transgress the Mind, and I'm not sure what the third card is here. Verdurous Gearhulk is the
Verdurous
third
Gearhulk.
card.
I believe he could potentially Verdurous Gearhulk his own Emrakul. But I like the idea of checking Transgress the Mind here. If he can target a player or if it's just target opponent. It's target player reveals his hand, so he can transgress himself and get rid of that Gearhulk if he wanted.
Now, the question here, there's only 2 black mana over here on Justin's side, so he's not going to be able to cast Grasp of Darkness and Transgress,
Yeah.
unfortunately. That would be one heck of a turn for
That worked out well
Chris.
for Justin then.
Chris is at 12 here. The Gearhulk costs 5, one more land, and it comes down, and it's gonna be a very large threat that
Yeah,
Chris
Justin
does not really
having
have an
access to
efficient
3
way to deal
black
with.
really incidentally just saved him here from this Emrakul. Could have had a scenario where he transgressed away his Gearhulk and then grasped his Death Touch guy and ran one of his creatures into Emrakul, and Justin could even set up a thing where he sets up like a bad scry for Justin so he knows he's safe for the turn that Justin gets to take on his normal turn.
I would imagine what we'll see here is that he's still going to run something into Emrakul. I don't think that Grasp is really going to do much on Justin's side here. I think we see him transgress away the Gearhulk. I appear to have been incorrect. I will now remove my foot from my mouth as that Grasp of Darkness is cast, getting rid of the Death Touch creature.
Yeah,
Take
Justin
the
didn't have
scry here.
Delirium yet, so the Norwood Ride was still just a 1/1. The Servant could have traded with it at some point, as long as Chris worked the way he was dealing with his opponent's creatures in the right order. It would have still remained a 1/1.
We see Chris choosing to keep a land on top there with the scry. That's going to be 5. If you happen to get that Gearhulk down, I suppose Emrakul's going to be able to stave off a Verdurous Gearhulk pretty well. But I suppose Chris decided the known threat is better than the unknown.
Yeah, I guess the risk you take is that he just plays his 5th land automatically, gets to cast Gearhulk, and distributes a lot of counters amongst his creatures. It just becomes real problematic.
This one that we knew was coming in tapped. It's going to make it a little slower here. I believe Chris still taking 6 there.
So Chris has an
Should have been down to
Ether,
12 or down to
Attune
6.
with Ether in his hand, and then a freshly drawn card. So he can get himself up to 5 energy with the Attune from Ether. If the other card he drew can generate any more energy, he can get one more shot off the Aetherworks Marvel. He can potentially just do it inside of combat too to have a surprise blocker. It says a pseudo removal spell.
Alright, I think one of the best hits he's looking for at this point is probably going to be one of his three Chandra Torch of Defiance here, being able to deal with some of the creatures. So if he is going to spin that Aetherworks Marvel, I would expect he does it on his main phase.
Yeah, I guess that that just leaves him the opportunity to have more options depending on what he reveals.
Now
I love getting people on tricks. I would be very tempted to try to do it in combat, but I guess it is a safer play to do it main phase.
I believe your play here would be the sweeter play. I'm not sure if it's the best play.
Right.
And, he's
Well,
going to go ahead
it's
and
about
swing in here
sending a
with this
message.
Emrakul. Emrakul going ahead sending one heck of a message here. 13 damage coming across. Nothing Chris can really do about it. That's going to put him down to 7.
So Chris is at 6 here. That Vertus Gear will come down. He won't be able to split the counters up in the Scroungers, so that 6 is guaranteed to get through. Oh, and we do have
We have
a
a Chandra
Chandra
coming down
cast.
here. He's going to take her up here, I think. Well, she starts at 4. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, killing a Scrounger isn't really going to do anything because he can just bring it back.
He has to... does he have creatures he can get rid of there?
He can tick it up for mana and cast another spell potentially if he's just trying to set up getting a Chandra in play. Looks like he's looking for the Oracle text on Vertus Gearhulk there. We're going up.
He's going to go ahead and plus. Let's see. Not sure if that was for the mana or...
So he cast a Tune with Ether. That was the other card that was in his hand.
Okay, so I suppose he used the plus on Chandra, allowing him to look at the top card and choose to either cast it or turn it into a shock.
Okay.
I believe he cast it so he could get the energy here, spin Marvel, see if he gets anything significant here. As we said, there's not a lot of big hits left in his deck. I believe we grabbed the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot there.
That's not bad for him.
Chris is gonna gain 3, put him up to 9, along with a bunch of energy.
Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot will help in the race here, and it looks like that's going to be it.
Yeah, and I believe Chris gets in there with the Emrakul, I believe. Yeah,
I think
Chris
Justin
is going to
saw
win
that
it
there was no
2-1
way he
here.
was going to be able to deal enough damage with the Puzzle Knot.
Yeah, so
Gave him
even
a quick 6 life there.
even with that Lost Legacy coming and dealing quite a blow to Chris's deck here, like I said, it's even a matchup like this where they're relying on 1 or 2 cards. It's not often going to be enough, and it's a big resource to dedicate. It's a sorcery speed tapping most of your lands.
Yeah, you're not impacting the board when you play it, and it doesn't just turn their deck off. It just changes how their deck's gonna function, and what that changes it to is still something that is a competent Magic deck. Yeah, when you're using a card like that and it doesn't impact the board, you know, you're taking a big risk, and even when you do get the card out of their hands, Lost Legacy lets them replace the card by drawing a card for every card you got out of their hand. So it's always card disadvantage. Those types of effects are very niche. They're very narrow. Against some decks, they're can be amazing, but I don't think the Marvel Works deck seems to be
It's
the type of deck that folds to those cranial extraction type effects.
I'm not sure if he brings it in here because he thinks that Aetherworks Marvel folds to it, or if he brings it in more because he thinks he folds to an Ulamog.
Yeah, fair enough.
In either situation, wasn't quite enough there. Crystal will get there 2-1. We see Teamer Aetherworks overtaking a green-black aggro deck, very similar to the one you were mentioning. Eric Froelich, I believe you said, played at a Pro Tour.
Yeah, playing the aggro green black.
All right, we have a little bit of time left here. We're going to go ahead and send it to break for a few minutes here before the next round gets started. We'll be right back.
All right. Mm-hmm.
I had my mic muted. I'll get used
Ah,
to unmuting it at some point. As I was saying, welcome back here to our GP Pittsburgh coming up,
we are back.
and planned out here for first and second round bye here for GP Pittsburgh, which is a pretty big deal. Getting through those first 3 rounds
Yeah,
early gives you a big advantage. Trying to get to day 2 and trying to top 8 eventually.
it lets you build your deck to be able to fight the metagame, and you get to avoid a lot of random decks, rogue decks that normally get knocked out of the first couple of rounds too. So those 2 buys, if you're serious about playing the Grand Prix, go a long way. They go a long way.
Absolutely. And back here for round 2, we saw Aetherworks Marvel take down green-black aggro deck in the first round. A few interesting games there. Went about how we thought Aetherworks Marvel gets to go over the top. Very popular deck here today. We're definitely going to see it again on camera because we have it here for round 2. Mario Salgado is going to take a Rug Teamer, Aetherworks Marvel, against Eric Henson's Mardu Vehicles list here. Looks like this is probably a similar matchup to the last one.
I would imagine so. You have another aggro deck aggressive base strategy trying to get its 20 in before the Ether Marvel Works deck can do its thing. As we saw last round, the Marvel Works deck can win out of nowhere, even when it's been behind for a few turns. So we'll see how this goes, but I imagine it should be pretty similar.
I would expect it to be similar. I think, if anything, the vehicles deck might be a little bit more aggressive than the black-green deck. It's got less of a top end, but sometimes it can just be faster and just get underneath a little quicker.
Right.
And I would say it probably has a better chance here. One moment, folks. Having a bit of an issue over here with our setup here. I believe our players switched sides without us realizing it.
Nope. Yeah, Eric's deck, the Marty Vehicles deck, plays a lot more 1-drops than we would see out of the green-black aggro deck lists. We have Thraben Inspector, Inventor's Apprentice, Toolcraft Exemplar, so we have a lot of 1-drops to get those explosive starts to try to put a lot of pressure on Mario playing Aetherworks Marvel. Get that pressure on him real fast before he can set up.
Yeah, and that pressure is it's what this vehicle list is all about. It wants to get down and punch you in the face fast and hard. It wants to kill you around turn 4 or 5, right around when Marvel is trying to really hit its big things.
Yeah, he also gets to play Thalia Heretic Cathar, which can disrupt Mario's mana generation. He's got to get to turn 4. Could potentially slow him down, make him get a beat off for trying to cast his namesake card to his deck. So he gets a little bit of interaction there as well.
And sometimes that beat is all it takes. These aggro decks really just want you to stumble a little bit. And this Marvel deck really spinning its wheels. It's not uncommon for it to stumble a little bit with having actual action. Being said, our players seem to be drawing their opening hands, finishing up their mulligans. So we are going to send it over to the feature match here. All right, and not sure who's going to be starting us off here, but I think whoever does definitely has an advantage here. That extra turn for the Marvel deck to have that little extra breathing room, or that vehicles deck applying a little extra pressure faster. And we do see the vehicles deck coming down here, leading off with the Thraben Inspector. My personal favorite turn 1 play in this format.
Yeah, it's a very like subtly powerful card, and being able to have a creature on the first turn and then being able to buy back the card off your clue later, especially with the synergies of being able to crew Smuggler's Copter, being able to get your artifact synergies for cards like Unlicensed Disintegration, Toolcraft Exemplar, Veteran, Motorist. It's a very synergistic card, and dubiously powerful for this format.
I'm not going to challenge that line of thinking there. You did see Eric had gotten on a Smuggler's Copter last turn. He's going to go ahead, crew that up here, and before attacks, Mario's going to get rid of it real quick with a Harness Lightning, I believe. We see Mario has the Storm token here on the lower side of your screen. I believe that is his energy counter. Laying down a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot here. Going to go up to 5 energy, gain 3 life, up to 22.
cracked his. Looked like he cracked his clue. Oh no, he was just untapping his mana from
I
his
didn't see him
counter.
put the clue out when he played that. It's
Yeah,
possible he just forgot it.
it could be off screen. Hopefully he just put it off screen and
He does
forget
have
it.
a fleet wheel cruiser coming down here. That enters the battlefield as a creature. Doesn't have to crew it up with the Raven Inspector here. So he's going to be crashing in for some damage here.
Start working on Mario's life total. Get a chunk taken out of him.
That's going to put Mario down to 16 here. Sorry, we're having a little bit of a clarification here. Had to step away for a moment. We do see the Whirler Virtuoso coming down, bumping up the energy. Potentially going to give Mario enough of breathing room here to do some work. He's going to go ahead, spend some of the energy before that Harness Lightning comes down. He was trying to make some number of Thopters here. Can't quite see what he's doing. He's going to go ahead and make 2 Thopters there before Eric kills that Whirler Virtuoso. A Depala Pilot Exemplar coming down now. It's going to crew up the Fleet Wheel Cruiser,
Just make that
as
cruiser
well as
bigger.
attacking in with Thraben Inspector. Looks like Mario's looking at double blocking the Thraben Inspector here.
Yeah, that's fine. He gets to trade off 1 Thopter for the Thraben Inspector.
And, he's still going to take quite a bit of damage there. Depala's going to boost the vehicle there. I believe it's going to put him down to 10.
Big chunks. Taking him out.
And that's what makes this vehicle deck so potent. Not only is it hitting fast, they can hit very large, as we're seeing here with the Fleet Wheel Cruiser buffed by Depala. Mario playing a Vessel of Nascency here. As we've seen with this Marvel deck, spinning its wheels, but not sure it's going to be enough. He did miss a land drop. It appears he missed 2 land drops this game so far.
Yeah, Mario's deck really wanting to hit that 4th land so he can get his Aetherworks Marvel and play his namesake card and play.
And he has missed his 4th land drop 2 turns in a row here.
Hopefully that Vessel can help him dig 2-1. He may be able to recover a little bit later, cracking that puzzle knot, but he's going to need time to make all those actions happen.
Now a Thalia Heretic Cathar coming down. He's going to go ahead, crew up the Fleet Wheel Cruiser.
Thalia 2, making it so that Mario now needs to draw a basic land if he wants to make his 4th mana come into play untapped.
Harness Lightning going to come down, aim it at the Fleet Wheel Cruiser here. It's going to get rid of that. 3 damage, still looking like it's going to come across here. No, actually Mario's going to throw the Thopter in front of Depala there. Then a Smuggler's Copter coming down for Eric. Yeah, Mario's in a tight one here. That Thalia's going to make everything he does just a turn slower. I believe he's casting in a Tune with Aether here.
Yeah, even trying to get blockers into play. Thalia's going to have this tapped down. And Eric has hasted threats that he can play, be able to get his damage in.
It's one of the interesting vehicles here in this set. Once you have one in play, effectively every creature you play has haste in a sense.
Yeah.
Being able to use the summoning sick creatures to crew up your vehicles and attack with the rest of your team can be very potent. Mario finding a land, getting it into play tapped here. Cast this Whirler Virtuoso coming in tapped. Gets 4 energy, which he can use to make a blocker. Again, coming in tapped. I think that Thalia is just going to put him a turn behind. In addition to missing those land drops, I don't think it's going to be a little too much ground for him to recover from here.
Yeah, at this point, Mario needs to get his Aetherworks Marvel into play, and he needs to generate 2 more energy for his next turn, and that is going to be a tough proposition.
Yeah, he can crack that puzzle knot and he can get the energy, but then the Marvel's just too hard to cast. Vehicle getting crewed up here, and Eric is going to swing in for lethal, take game 1 there very commandingly.
Yeah, big chunks of damage there. We saw it, Eric. It didn't help that Mario didn't. He missed some land drops there, not being able to cast his spells. but Eric was able to capitalize on those stumbles and take just large chunks out of Mario's life
Yeah,
total.
that's really what this vehicle deck, whether it's the Mardu variant or the straight red white variant we've seen, it really just wants to punish the opponent for stumbling.
Hmm.
If you don't have exactly the right curve and exactly the right answers at the right times, the vehicle's deck is going to make you pay, and that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, there's that adage in Magic: there are no wrong threats, only wrong answers, and Eric had nothing but threats that game.
I have not heard that adage before, but I
Oh,
like
it's
it.
that might be it might be an oldie. I might be dating myself there, but it was a popular adage in some of the olden times of Magic.
I like
That,
it. I'm probably going to try to bring that back. That's a
yeah,
good one.
no threats. There are no wrong threats. There are only wrong answers.
And as we see these players shuffling up, we take a look at the sideboards here. Over in the Aetherworks deck, he does have two Kozilek's return in here. That could be significant. That's the big one. There's a Ceremonious Rejection I'd expect we see come in. There's a Natural State. Just trying to stave off the aggression coming from the vehicle's deck just long enough that he can spin that Aetherworks Marvel and get one of his big threats down and just try to overwhelm him with size. Go for card quality over card quantity.
Hmm.
If we look over at Eric's side, he's got one Fragmentize in here. He's got some Stasis, Snare, some Gideons, some Sky Sovereigns to go big.
Stasis
I'm not
Snare is
seeing.
interesting. I guess it can handle his big creatures, but once they've resolved, you're kind of
Yeah, the end of the
on the.
battlefield or the cast triggers on those big Eldrazi are really what put you
Yeah.
away. I mean, don't get me wrong, an 11-11 or a 13-13 body is going to help, but
Right. Do you bring in Fragmentize? Even it's sorcery speed. It's an answer to the artifact, but by the time they cast it, they normally get their to get to fire it off. I guess it protects you from them building up to get a second activation. Uh,
yeah,
it it doesn't seem like it's the card that you're happy to play.
it's not bad, but I don't think it's good here either. I don't
Yeah.
think it's what he wants. Looking at his list, I think he really just wants to stick with the game plan he had game one here. He wants to go underneath. He may bring in the Fragmentize, taking out one of the Harness Lightnings or an Unlicensed Disintegration, perhaps, just to try to streamline. He doesn't need the small removal to deal
Yeah.
with the little creatures, so
I like
get that out for something a little better.
the hardest lightnings seem okay to keep in because they do generate energy. You can always just burn them for the energy. The unlicensed disintegrations don't seem as hot. The creatures that you're killing, like you can get the extra damage in. It just seems might be kind of clunky. I wouldn't mind just cutting like one disintegration for like one fragmentize, or one disintegration for one stasis snare. Like it just is like little backdoor outs just in case things go wrong. I think those cards are probably just going to play out better than unlicensed disintegration.
Yeah, I like that line of play for sideboarding. We're underway here in game two here. Mario leading us off. Botanical Sanctum going right into a Attune with the Aether, puts him up to 2 energy. A Toolcraft Exemplar coming down for
Eric's
Eric.
deck's plenty of one drops, able to create this early pressure. We saw it last game too. Even that Thraben Inspector stuck around for quite a while, and it did its damage. Was able to crew a copter, create artifacts. We're moving along. Mario played Vessel Days and Sea. Eric, 2 more one drops. Here they come. The gang's all here.
And some of the synergies from this deck here. That Thraben Inspector will make a clue as long as Eric doesn't forget it. Just going to allow that Toolcraft Exemplar to swing in for 3 here.
I believe he did make the clue. I think it's just off screen, right above where you can see. But it did look like he placed a clue into play.
Exemplar swings in for 3. Mario getting down a on curve here with the Warlord Virtuoso. Gets him some energy. And can let him get some blockers here too. That'll be fairly effective against things like the Toolcraft Exemplar. Eric quickly answering though. He has at least some number of Harness Lightning still in his deck as he is casting it very quickly against the Warlord Virtuoso. Mario choosing to just let that die. No Thopters getting made. See another Toolcraft Exemplar coming down.
And this is what this playing these like hyper aggressive decks. Like he's using his mana every turn.
Yeah,
He's
beating
playing
him for
2 cards a turn. He's ahead on tempo. He's ahead on board presence. Like these just really amazing starts that these aggro decks can get, especially this Marty Vehicles deck.
He just swung for a 6 there by my count. It's going to put Mario down to 11. He's got 4 mana here. He might have the Marvel, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. We've got 3, 6, 9 power on the board coming at him next turn if he doesn't answer some of the creatures immediately.
Yeah, these fast starts, and Eric went second too, and keeping that in mind, like, and these types of starts like really put your opponent to the test. It's just like I have all of these things, deal with them. And Mario is really going to have to put the puzzle together if he's going to make it through this.
He did sack that vessel. He's going to go ahead and grab a land, it looks like, as opposed to one of those Aetherworks marvels. I have to imagine that means he has one in hand. Again, we're seeing 9 power on the board on Eric's side. An attack next turn uncontested for Mario is going to put him down to 2. And as a Needle Spires here, another very potent threat these decks can have, gives them a little reach in the late game. I don't think Henson's going to need it here, though.
Oh boy,
Playing out the
good little crusade effect here.
Bushwhacker. I'm going to go ahead and cast a Harness Lightning against one of those Toolcraft Exemplar. Gets his energy up to 7 here. If he survives this turn, he will get to spin the Marvel.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 9 damage?
I'm not exactly sure with the interaction with the...
Well, it doesn't appear that it was lethal.
He
So.
took 8, it appears. That's going to
8.
put him down to 3.
Well, here's Marvel. Now let's see what we find.
I'd imagine Ishkanah is going to be a strong one here.
We have enchantment, lands, artifact, and instant in the graveyard, so you should be getting spiders.
Here they come.
Well, there's a good card to kind of halt the attack here.
The issue Mario's going to face is that if Eric has any removal spell...
If Eric even has a land, he can activate his Needle Spires, and he's got 5 attackers to Mario's 4 blockers.
If Mario's sitting at 3, that might just be enough. Another interesting theory. If he did keep any of these unlicensed disintegrations in, that is lethal on its own here as well.
That's true.
Eric's going to go ahead and sacrifice that clue here. I have to hope he has some sort of follow-up with another artifact here. Losing that artifact makes the Inventor's Apprentice shrink down here, as well as prevents the Toolcraft Exemplar from getting buffed up before combat.
Yeah, we'll see. He's looking to cast up Smuggler's Copter. Okay.
There's that follow-up artifact.
Eric also did have a 5th land, so he will be able to set himself up at some point to attack with Needle Spires and possibly one giant alpha attack.
He may be thinking about holding off until next turn.
Yeah.
Just letting him really just have an alpha attack, making any of his attackers lethal. Potentially lethal, at least.
So this gives Mario a chance to try to generate more energy for his Aetherworks Marvel.
That Puzzle Knot coming
that
down
is a card
the
that can
big
do
one.
it.
It's going to give him a little bit more padding on his life total here as well. Putting him up to 6 can make it a little bit harder. Another Puzzle Knot. That's another 6 energy. That's another 3 life up to 9.
Yeah, a lot of breathing room here Mario's made for himself with this Ishkanah and with these Puzzle Knots.
We have to imagine Marvel's going to go for another spin here. A marvelous sequence of plays here for Mario Salgado. You see, Servant of the Conduit is all he hits here, which is going to build his energy back up a bit.
Yeah, less than stellar, but helps him try to rebuy a little bit of what he spent.
With those Puzzle Knots on board, he can just sacrifice one of them next turn to spin that Marvel again. This is exactly what the Marvel deck wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I have just long enough to get the wheels spinning and then just keep activating it, keep casting it.
Yeah, Eric's got to find a way to close this out soon, or he's getting ready to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory here.
Yes, and I'm not sure what he has that can pull it out here. As we said before, they don't have a lot of top end in these decks. Something like a Gideon would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna need something like the the Crusade Dwarf. You can get a Smuggler's Copter up to being like a 4/4, so that way Ishkanah can't kill it when it blocks. And he can try to chip away at some of what's happening over on Mario's side, but it's going to require many draw steps, and that's exactly where Mario's going to excel. So it does seem pretty difficult.
I'm going to tune with the Aether here. We go get a little mana, get a little more energy. I expect we're going to see that Marvel go for another spin this turn. And when the vehicle's deck stops attacking,
Yeah, that Ishkanah really put the brakes on this game.
which is never good for the aggro deck. Another potentially old adage I've heard with Magic. For the aggro decks, you either win by turn 5 or start losing on turn 6.
Yeah.
And, I think that's the
That's true.
threshold we've crossed here for Eric Henson. Mario's sacrificing that puzzle knot. Going to gain him another 3 life. He's going up to 12.
And more spiders. Legend Rule knocking out the old Ishkanah, but he'll still be able to create the 3 spiders from the come into play trigger. Or enter the battlefield trigger, excuse me.
That is 6/1/2 reach blockers. It's going to make it really difficult for Eric to attack here.
And Mario's at a comfortable life total too with another puzzle knot. Like, he can just kind of hang out. Just keep spinning this Marvel works.
Another card Eric might be looking for here that could potentially let him get through some amount of damage. If he brought in any of the 2 copies of Declaration in stone he has in his sideboard,
That is true.
that could deal with all 6 of those spiders in one shot.
Yeah, we'll see if Eric ended up signing those in, or if he did, if he ends up drawing one.
Another Inventor's Apprentice coming down here. Not an all-star at this point in the game.
No, great on turn 1. Not too bad on turn 2, but real bad when you're at turns 6 and later, like you said. So the aggro deck just starts losing.
Yeah, it's very difficult for these aggro decks to really have a late game in addition to the early aggression. Again, if he was expecting to play more of a long game, he may have brought in something like Sky Sovereign Console Flagship. It's another big threat he can play.
Yeah.
Gideon can potentially give him a little more reach. I think that's really all he's got to be hoping for here.
And here we have Emrakul being hard casted.
The big flying tentacle monster.
And I think we're going to see Eric decide to sacrifice all of his team into Mario's team.
Yeah, I'm expecting some bad attacks to be coming here. Mindslaver leads to some very bad plays of Magic. And Eric's going to go ahead and crew up the Smuggler's Copter that is on the field. I say Eric, I mean Mario. Mindslaver is a powerful effect.
Mario has influenced Eric to make some decisions he may not otherwise wanted to.
Decisions some may classify as mad in this situation. Needle Spire is going to get animated here. And it looks like the team is going to come in.
Yeah, just send them all over. You got life, Mario. You probably hit him on the crackback. Haven't even done the math yet, but I imagine Ishkanah could even drain him for about 6 spiders worth of damage. He may not even, like I said, I hadn't done the math yet, but with he can generate black mana with energy and serve it as a conduit, so it's possible he could just drain him, attack him, and drain him. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot that Eric would get another turn after this turn, so he would be able to block. Yeah, just send them all in.
Hold back 1 Inventor's Apprentice, it appears. Getting a loot here from the attacking Smuggler's Copter. Fleet Wheel Cruiser, another threat that Eric potentially could have used to try to punch home this last bit of damage. Very clogged up board state here, trying to make sure everything gets resolved correctly.
Yeah, and all these permanents leave in play on Mario's side too. He's gonna keep increasing. It's gonna be increasing all the energy production for Mario's side of the board. And combat's getting figured out here. A lot of Eric's creatures no longer in this world.
As I was saying before, the Mindslaver type effects where a player gets to control the other player's turn tend to lead to some interesting choices, to say the least.
It leads to some fun thought experiments too. The idea of, you consider a lot of times when you play Magic, what's the best way I can play this? And being able to have the thought experiment of what's the worst way my opponent can play this is very fun and refreshing from time to time.
Yeah, well, refreshing for the player who gets to control the other turn.
That's true. The person who gets to make the decisions.
At a point in time, I was playing a game of Modern at one point where I had out a Liliana of the Veil on 6 mana. My opponent cast Mindslaver and activated Mindslaver. And for some reason, I chose to Ultimate Liliana, make me create 2 piles of permanents, and I get to keep one of those piles. My opponent made the pile all of my permanents and 0 of my permanents, and I chose the one with 0. So,
well, why would you do that?
I don't know. It's like my mind was the slave to my opponent.
When Mirrodin first came out and Mindslaver was getting played, there were stories at PTQ's Grand Prix trials of people who were Mindslavering. They would get up and they would switch seats with their opponent. Unfortunately, it led to their opponent sitting in their seat and then not realizing that they shouldn't be looking at their opponent's hand. There were plenty of stories of that when Mirrodin first came out, and that effect was a new effect. It makes sense at first. You're like, oh, we just switch now. But no, you just get
exactly.
it all. You get all the fun.
Mario attacking here with Emrakul, it appears.
Yep, that's a good one. A 13/13 flyer.
We missed some damage seeing here at some point. Mario seems to be at 9 during our Mindslaver stories. And, Eric seems to be scooping up to the big mama Emrakul here.
Well, there we go. Well, we see Eric had an amazing start, especially for going second in that game. He had tempo. He had he was using his mana every turn, casting 2 spells a turn from turn 2 forward, and that quick reveal of Ishkana with Delirium, giving him all the spires, just put the brakes on that game. Ishkana very powerful here against this very linear strategy of play creatures and attack. Do you think Eric might make any adjustments for Game 3? He will be going first. Do you think, let's try to see what. Did we see any sideboard cards? I don't think we saw a sideboard card out of him.
I don't think so either. I think.
Do you think he might hedge his bets maybe on the Declaration of Stone so that he can't just get stopped by a bunch of spiders?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, he probably wants to bring in this Declaration of Stone after getting stopped by Ishkana so abruptly there after such a powerful start. Whether it's correct or not, I think that his mind will be thinking he doesn't want that to happen again, so he's going to want to bring in the Declaration of Stone. That being said, I think it probably is correct. So with a Declaration of Stone being an exile effect, it is another way you could potentially deal with Ulamog or Emrakul or one of these big threats that
That's correct.
normally can't be dealt with by traditional removal. Now, a little bit of a side note here. We see both players taking advantage of their 1 pile count, as it's being called now,
count, yes.
per match. What are your opinions on the new ruling that you only get 1 of these per match?
I like that the change is an effort to it's one to make sure the decks are being sufficiently randomized. It does help speed up the time that's played in Magic for a round. Like 50 minutes should be enough time to playing around. I like that aspect of it, that Yeah, it is. It is speeding up time. Like it's the worst thing in the world to go to time. Like you should make sure that you are playing in a timely manner, and that you and both your opponent are, keeping each other in check about how much time that you're spending for a round. But it really is like it's the worst thing when playing Magic when you just don't get to play. And if like I know a big part of that change is to help speed that up as well. In addition to the fact that that it makes sense that it isn't sufficient randomization. But I really like the aspect of it of speeding up the round, like speeding up, giving yourself the opportunity to play, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to play Magic, and it's awful when you go to time.
And in this format, it's not too bad. You have your evolving wilds, you have effects like Attune with the Aether that are leading to more shuffling, but in a format such as like Modern or Legacy,
Yeah,
where you have all of the fetch lands that are really going to create a lot of shuffling and take up a lot of the percentage of time, I think getting rid of these pile counts or pile shuffles, whatever you want to call them,
yeah. In any of the
really
time
helps speed it
waster,
up.
mechanics, like Wizards even shown too that with modern that when they banned Sensei's Divining Top, like they wanted to like cut down on the shuffling that was happening. Like that was one of their cases for
I believe
banning
that's,
top.
if I recall, that's actually the primary reason. It's not a
Yeah,
power level issue; it's simply a time issue.
yeah.
Worth
So
noting.
Wizards is like aware of that and like wants to make sure that people are like being able to play within their allotted time.
Worth noting, both our players here playing quickly and efficiently. About 20 minutes left in the round here for Game 3. Should be plenty of time. Both players off to about the start they want. Mario has an Attune with Aether to lead. Eric, 2 1-drop creatures. And the Inventor's Apprentice is going to come in for 2 right off the bat, put Mario down to 18. Not the biggest hit we see out of the Eagles deck, but a good quick start. It's what he wants to be doing here.
Yeah, he just needs to play a threat every turn. It's great if he can play 2 threats on a turn, but we don't always get that. Going first, he is able to lean on the advantage of getting the first combat step in, though. Just attack, attack, attack. Play threats.
Eric's got to hope to see one of his big vehicles here. Smuggler's Copter would be strong. I'm sure he's weary of removal spells coming from Mario holding up that 2 mana, but you can't play around it too much. You see a veteran motorist coming down. It's another quiet but powerful card coming
Yeah.
out of
Scry 2 on a
Kaladesh.
red-white creature, at first it feels out of place, but within the context of what the card's doing, like it wants vehicles and it helps you find vehicles and search for vehicles. Makes a little more sense, but a really unique type of card in the color combinations that it's had.
Yeah, Mario take another 3 damage there, and then come out and respond with his own Whirler Virtuoso here. Enough mana to make at least 1 Thopter off of that should Eric deal with it promptly. Eric's going to play out a Toolcraft Exemplar here. Another very powerful 1-drop. We're seeing this deck is just very potent with these threats. And Smuggler's Copter coming down now as well. Eric weighing the options of benefit versus the risk and reward of attacking here. Turns this veteran motorist sideways. Gonna create
Yeah.
a Thopter here.
I think Eric is just trying to get the energy production down, and he's happy if Mario takes the hit. It's really tempting to just always be attacking with the aggro deck.
Bit of a win-win situation there for Eric. You get the energy out of the way or get some damage in. Mario hits his 4th land drop. It's the critical mass, for lack of a better word. And play with this Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot. 3 life up to 18. Gains energy up to 5. 6 now with the Servant of the Conduit coming down. 7, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mario setting himself up.
Yeah. It's frightening here from Eric's perspective. He's got threats on the board. He's got more in his hand, I'm sure. But Mario's just trying to buy his time here, and he might just buy enough time that all those threats, like we saw last game, end up not mattering in the face of an Ishkanan and an Emrakul.
So
If you just
crack the clue. Yep. Yeah, he's digging.
Smuggler's Copter here, no threat of it being Harness Lightning from Mario. It's going to attack for 3. We're going to get the draw and discard trigger. Scrappy Scrounger going to the graveyard.
Good place for that card to be.
I believe Mario's taking another 3 here, back down to 15. Effectively negating the life gain from that Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot. And Evolving Wilds coming down on Mario's side as land for turn. See if he has a follow-up play here. Taking a moment here, weighing his options, looking at the different lines of play he can have. This Marvel deck, a very complicated deck to play for sure.
Yeah, it looks like his hand has a Ulamog, a Plains, Forest, and it seemed like a green card I couldn't make out.
Yeah, hard to tell from this angle here, but regardless, no plays coming down. Eric has to be thankful for that. Gets that Scrappy Scrounger onto the board. It's a tap land for turn.
Yeah, Eric needs to start getting some hits in here before Mario gets too much time. Thought he was a good disruptive card.
Yeah, I thought it was going to make it a little rougher on Mario. Seems reaching to his mana fairly quickly here. He's going to sack that Puzzle Knot here.
Undoing all the work the early turns of the game.
Yeah, Mario back up to 18.
Making mini Thopters before Thalia comes into play so that they will be untapped.
Yeah, that's going to help him slow down here. It's going to make it very difficult for Eric to attack with that Smuggler's Copter here.
Yeah, he'll have to... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mario will gladly trade all 3 Thopters for that Copter.
Yes, as similar as the cards may be, Smuggler's Copter has a lot more value to it. The draw and discard that you get off of that can never be underestimated, especially in an aggro deck where you really need to make sure you still have plays, you still have gas coming. Can help you curve out your draws, not draw extra lands. Let's go ahead and fragmentize one of those Thopters.
Well, that will
That's going to
help
clear the
aid
way
this
for
attack.
Smuggler's Copter, which is exactly what's happening here. It's going to get crewed up. See the Toolcraft Exemplar, the Smuggler's Copter,
We're getting them in.
the Inventor's Apprentice, and the Scrap Heap Scrounger all attacking in, holding
Yeah, we
back
have
the
2 artifacts for the Toolcraft Exemplar.
hold back the Thalia here as a way to try to just keep her safe.
Yeah, well,
Imagine-
Thalia just came into play this turn, so it wouldn't be able to attack.
Oh, that's right. I know how to play Magic.
But it's a great creature to have here on defense. I guess Mario's deck, not really an attacking deck, but that first strike, not irrelevant.
See something getting through here.
All right, and a lot of Mario's creatures removed from the board there. Eric still having a
Appears
a
Mario
modest
took
army.
2 down to 16 there. His life might up in the slide in view here.
And Mario's graveyard should be enchantment, land, creature, and don't know
I
if
believe
he
you
has
cast
an
an Attune with the Aether earlier, so there should be a
Okay,
sorcerer
so
in there.
so he should have Delirium at this point.
Which,
Ishkanah being a very scary card for Eric Henson to have to see come down on his opponent's side of the board.
and, Mario doesn't necessarily need an Ishkanah, but he needs some play here. There's a lot of power on the opposing board now,
Yeah.
and not a lot contesting it on Mario's side. Mario casting a spell here just out of view. Can't quite see what it is. No, maybe not. Mario's going to bring a Chandra Torch of Defiance down. get that Thalia Heretic Cathar out of the way. Followed up with a Vessel of Nascency, I believe that is. It's just out of screen for you guys at home, but he has cast a 1-mana green spell of some sort.
Yeah, it appears he used the.
May have
Oh
been
no,
a
it's Traverse the
Traverse the
Uvenwald.
Uvenwald.
That's what it is.
Let's go find that Ishkanah Graph Widow we were talking about.
And
Not
now with
something
Thalia
Eric
off
wants.
the board, he'll get immediate value off being able to block with it. Chandra was a really great play there. It was a threat that he could play that didn't come into play tapped that could impact the board immediately as opposed to a creature with that Thalia in play. And it removed the Thalia. A really good card for him to have for this turn.
And Eric down to just the one card in hand that he just drew.
Fleet Wheel Cruiser, maybe that's good. I guess any creature cruise the Smuggler's Copter.
He picked up a replacement Thalia.
That
That's
is
going to be strong.
very timely, especially knowing that Mario's plan is to cast
I could
Ishkanah.
potentially get him just the one turn he needs for that Ishkanah, puts everything in tapped, and that one turn might be all he needs to get through. We've got a lot of damage on board here. We're representing
I mean, at this point, it looks like he should just use the Thalia, crew up the
Potentially
Copter. Yep.
8 damage coming through.
He can also get that Smuggler's Copter
going
into
at
play.
Chandra.
I'm sorry. The Scrap Heap Scrounger if he needs a second artifact for his Toolcraft Exemplar, but I guess he doesn't need to do that yet.
They're choosing not to use the draw discard ability here.
On my mistake, he doesn't have energy
has no
to make
cards
black mana, so he won't be able to Scrounger, get his Scrounger out of the graveyard. If he would have tapped his mana in a different way to cast Thalia, he would have been able to have that black mana free for the Scrounger.
Just kind of coming down here. All the tokens coming in tapped as well. Eric's going to untap, and he's got to hope for a strong top deck here. He does have a Needle Spires down there as well. He can animate and get attacking if he needs to. Veteran Motorist is going to be the play.
All right. Again, Eric tapped his black mana source there. That Scrounger's still going to be stranded in his graveyard for another turn.
On the board doing the math here. I'm not sure what Eric has on board is going to be enough to really get Mario down this turn with that Ishkanah untapping as well as I see a Woodweaver's Puzzle at the top of the board here, but that might actually be in his graveyard. It's a little difficult to tell here.
And I believe that was a natural state. Yep.
Yeah,
Taking care of
natural state to
Smuggler's
get rid
Copter.
of that Smuggler's Copter. Just gonna go ahead and come in with 2 creatures here. Mario's taking 3 here from Thalia, can knock him down to 8. Eric Henson's still at 20. I don't think he's taken, with the exception of the 2 big Emrakul swings coming in there, I don't think he's really taken any damage in any of these games so far. Smuggler's Copter coming down again with those spider tokens down. It's going to be hard for Eric to break through here.
Yeah, now that all these spiders, all these reach creatures are up.
Mario's tapping a lot of land here. We might be seeing an Emrakul come down.
Oh, I think it's Ulamog. Yeah,
That
Ulamog.
is an Ulamog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's Ulamog Hardcast. And that's one of the powers of this this Aetherworks deck. Sometimes it just ramps up and just has enough mana that it can just hardcast these giant threats. And
Yeah, the game goes long enough, and you're just like, hey, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and this thing here, even if Eric had an infinite number of trump blockers here, Ulamog's probably a 2-turn clock with his ability to exile 20 cards on the attack.
And it looks like Eric said, okay, that's enough. The writing's on the wall.
Eric's going to scoop him up there.
We have
Mario winning.
another win for the
2-1.
Marvel Works deck.
Very popular deck here for a reason today. It's very strong. I think we can really break this standard format down to really having 4 staple decks. I think you see the vehicles decks, the Marvel decks, Green Black Delirium, and the Blue White Flash deck.
Yeah, those seem to be the most popular that I've paid attention to. That I've noticed.
It becomes a almost a rock paper scissors matchup to a certain extent. I'm not sure what the best route is for these aggro decks. We've seen 2 of them now get defeated by Aetherworks Marvel decks just because Marvel bides its time just long enough and then just goes way over the top. I just don't know how these aggro decks can get through without just getting underneath.
They need some form of disruption. Like they would love to have a card, I think, like Duress available in the format. Like I guess Collector Brutality is not going to be good enough because you really need to hit like the artifacts. There's enchantments too randomly, like that you'll just miss on. You really want a card like Duress. Like those aggro decks have always leaned on being able to play threat, and then disrupt. And the Mardu Vehicles deck has disruption in the form of Thalia, which is good, but you need more than just that.
Yeah, you need a way to really just prevent your opponent's big plays. If you can strip out their Aetherworks Marvel, you can strip their Ulamog and don't let them get to their end game.
Like you need to mess with their mana, or you need to mess with their hands, like the lines that they're going for. And it just doesn't seem like these aggro decks are really have the ability, have the tools to do that efficiently. Compared to the power level of what like the Ether Marvel Works deck is doing.
Absolutely. Now it's possible with coming up in a few weeks, we have Aether Revolt coming out. It's possible that these vehicle decks get some new toys.
Yeah.
I haven't followed the spoilers.
The full spoiler should be up now. We were looking through. There's some interesting cards there. As far as like disruptive cards for black, nothing really stood out. But there is the new card Fatal Push. That's the instant for 1 black destroy creature. If its converted mana cost is 2 or less, and it has the new Revolt mechanic, which is if a permanent leaves play that you control, then you get the Revolt text, which is destroy a creature if its converted mana cost is 4 or less. And very, very powerful card, especially for older formats where you have fetch lands available. You should always be able to get the Revolt text to happen. It's also worded in a neat way where like it destroys the creature and it checks converted mana cost on resolution, so you can even destroy things like Phantasmal Image regardless of what it is because it can always target. Neat little side effect of the wording of the card.
Yeah, it's certainly an exciting card. Excited to see how that shakes up standard as well as how it shakes up some of the older formats here.
Yeah, it's a 1 mana answer to Smuggler's Copter as well as many other very just popular cards. It's a tempo play. You'll always get it. The worst case scenario is if you kill a Servo or something called 0, which is going to be pretty rare. It's always going to be plus tempo for you to cast that card. It should be a 4x in any deck that's playing black. I would imagine in standard while it's legal.
Another black card coming out that they're excited for. I'm not sure if it is what they were looking for in the Marvel matchup, but I'm going to mispronounce it. Yahin's expertise.
Yeah, the legendary guy.
One of those. The cycle of the expertise is. It's I believe 4 mana. All creatures get -3/-3, and allows you to cast a spell with converted mana cost 3 or less from your hand without paying its mana cost.
Very, very powerful effect.
Yeah. Traditionally, anything that's allowed you to cast spells without paying the mana cost. We've seen effects like this recently on cards like Goblin Dark Dwellers or Torrential Gearhulk. They're not necessarily all-stars of formats, but when they are around and they are being used, it's usually do something that's unfair and very powerful.
Yeah, free spell mechanics in the past have always shown to be very powerful and easily broken. Where we've seen it before with even variations on it, like with Phyrexian mana, where you had the ability just to pay your spell for a little bit cheaper. Those cards were very powerful.
Cards like Attacks and Pro we still see in Modern, even some of the banned cards like Birthing Pod that they were so powerful with this Phyrexian mana that we had to get rid of them.
Even giving format. Every color a removal spell. It's just at the cost of paying life instead.
And it's interesting. I don't know if some players realize your life total is really just a resource.
Yeah.
And Phyrexian mana highlights that.
If you win at 1 or you win at 20, you still win. Yeah.
And if you're looking to pick up some of these cards, Fatal Push, some of these expertise cycles, down here at Out Central Games, we are taking pre-orders for all of our sealed product right now. And if you take advantage of that right now, you can get discounted pricing. Booster boxes are currently only $90. A case of booster boxes is going to be $525. That's 6 booster boxes.
Yeah, crazy prices, amazing prices.
The bundle boxes are 30, down from the normal 40 I believe they're at.
Hmm.
And the Planeswalker decks are 15 right now.
Yep.
You can visit us on our website or go to our Facebook page, owlcentralgames.com or facebook.com/owlcentralgames. Links to those are down below, along with our social media. You can contact us on there if you're interested, or you can stop down, place orders. We will have most, if not all, of the singles available once the set releases on
Yeah.
January 20th, correct?
Yeah, on release date, we should have all the non-foil singles available. We'll have a modest selection of foils available as well, but all your non-foil cards that you're looking for, we should have in stock.
All right. With that little plug out of the way, I think we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for round 3 here shortly. All right, welcome back for round 3 of our Grand Prix trial for GP Pittsburgh. I am Robert Ellis here with Adam Bowles, and this matchup might seem a little familiar to you guys. We're running it back.
Yeah, we get to see it again.
Mario Salgado is going to effectively take a king of the hill position here, stay on the feature match, as he and his opponent are the only 2 undefeated players left. We had a lot of draws last round, so we're going to see Mario, whose name escaped me for a second there because I'm an odd individual, with his teamer Aetherworks going against Cody Blouch with Mardu Vehicles. Cody Block, sorry, mispronounced his name there. Not much to say about this matchup we haven't already seen.
It's going to be another Morty Vehicles matchup. We'll probably see something similar again with Cody looking to take an aggressive start, playing one drops, trying to maximize his mana every turn, try to apply as much pressure as possible before Mario can set up his engine with the Ether Marvel Works. We're just gonna see if he can get it done before Mario can. Really, it's what it's gonna come down to.
Yeah, worth noting, with the number of players we have here today, we are going to be cutting to top 4 as opposed to a top 8 here.
That's correct.
With the number of draws here, whoever wins this match should be able to. Well, I was going to say they should be able to draw in, but with the way these breakers have fallen out with all the draws, I don't think they'll have an opponent who will want to draw.
Yeah.
They'll have a very good chance of getting in, though, for making our top 4 cut.
3-1. It'll come down to tiebreakers, but these 2 players here will should have the best tiebreakers.
Well, 3 and 1 should be a lock, shouldn't it? Because the most anyone can get here at this point is another 2 wins.
The people who drew already are just
which would be
1-1. Yeah. So 3-1 should be fine. So the winner of this should definitely be in top
They should
4.
make it. If they can win their last match, that will give them top seeding, and it should be decide a draw go based on position. So the top seed should be significant for both of these decks. Expecting quite a number of mirrors. There's a number of Marvel decks here today, so it's very possible we see some mirror matches in the finals, in the top 4, I should say. So that being on the play as opposed to the draw could be very important. Players shuffling up here. We actually do not have access to Cody's deck list, so we cannot compare it to Eric's. I believe he's on a fairly stock list, though. Nothing too splashy. Hopefully we see something interesting. Don't just have a repeat of the last match exactly.
Maybe we'll have some spicy one-ofs here or there. But usually an aggro list, you're normally playing just 4x copies of a card. You want to be a really consistent deck. You're not banking on getting to a mid-range, a mid-game or long game where you'll have the opportunity to draw your one-ofs. So it probably will just be a lot of 4x 1-drops, 4x 2-drops, some removal spells to clear the way. But you never know. Cody might have some interesting sideboard options here.
Yeah.
Has access to 3 colors, so there's a lot of choices.
Yeah. Players resolving mulligans if Cody just went down to 6, so we'll send you over to the feature match, and hopefully they'll get started shortly. So we're seeing Cody shuffle up here. He's going down to 5. That's not how the aggro deck wants to start off.
No, it's unfortunate. The Scry will help a little bit, but starting at 5 is tough.
I've heard players equate the Scry to about half a card, which with the aggro deck, they need to have that critical mass of small creatures that are getting in there. They need to really make sure they can punch it through.
Well, if there's a archetype of deck that it's hurt the least by mulligan, it is probably the aggro decks, because you get to at least you can have a quick start, and then the cards that you draw could potentially follow on curve. If you're trying to play more of a long game, more grindy game, starting off just being down cards on your opponent makes that 2-for-1 process much more difficult. So of all the decks to have to mulligan aggressively with, at least it's with an aggressive one.
And we're seeing Cody starting off with that Thraben Inspector, one of the best starts he can have here. Mario had an Evolving Wilds on turn 1, gets his Mountain Inn tapped. See Botanical Sanctum coming down, Mario fixing his mana, gets the Servant of the Conduit down. We get a little energy going here. Servant is also keeps that Thraben Inspector from chipping in for any damage. Cody plays a Needle Spires and passes the turn. No turn 2 play to follow up that Thraben Inspector. Again, can't really be where Cody wants to be here.
Yeah, I imagine Cody has Smuggler's Copter in his hand. He's wanting to hold that Thraben Inspector to be able to crew up the Copter.
We see a turn 3 Chandra coming down here. She's just going to plus. We see a land. Imagine that means Cody's going to be taking 2 off of that.
Mario ships it back.
Cody's got a concealed courtyard here. Fixes his mana. Question is it going to be too late here? That Chandra coming down early has the potential to really take over this game.
Yeah, at this point, Cody really just needs to. He just needs to throw his whole hand on the table. He needs to have a lot of threats.
He's going to go ahead and attack Chandra down, keep her in check.
He probably just has a handful of 2-drops. Got a 3-drop here. He wasn't able to play anything last turn.
Cultivator's Caravan is coming down. That is something a little different we didn't see last game.
And that is big enough to be able to take down that Chandra too.
It's a little bit more difficult to crew up, though, is the unfortunate part. Thraben Inspector alone will not be able to do it. Aether Hub coming down for Mario. The pleasant side effect of getting him an extra energy, whether he needs it or not.
Mario weighing his options. Chandra can do many things.
He may be considering just getting that Thraben Inspector off the board. At the moment, it's the only threat that Cody's presented. And the Cultivator's Caravan can produce mana, or it can attack once it's crewed, but there's only so many creatures
It looks like he's making
available.
2 red mana.
Proceed to play 3 separately. We get a Sigarda, Host of Herons.
Sigarda. This is a very interesting card that Mario has in his deck. He has the 1 planes in his deck too to help him cast it.
By interesting, what that means there is we don't know what it does. Going to look that up here in just a second. Not one we've seen a lot. It's one of those mythic rares that's big and splashy, but doesn't see a ton of play.
There are 2 Sigardas. Sigarda's Heron's Grace.
Sigarda, of course, was printing in the original
There we
Innistrad block. Came back over in Shadows over Innistrad.
So Sigarda Heron's Grace, a flying angel, green, white, and 3 for a 4/5 flyer. You and humans you control have hexproof. 2 mana, exile a card from your graveyard. Put a 1/1 white human soldier creature token onto the battlefield.
All right, it's an interesting one here. It's going to stop all of Cody's removal. That's going to make it really difficult for him to punch any damage through here. Sigarda being a solid blocker as well as a threat that can turn the game around.
Well, it's only going to give his humans hexproof. So other creatures will still be able to get off the board if he has removal spells like Unlicensed Disintegration, which game 1 I assume he still does. So he can still try to shoot down the angel. It is just a giant flying angel though, which is nothing to ignore here. It's a pretty sizable threat.
And we see Cody attacking in with that Cultivator's Caravan, crewed it with the Thalia he played. Mario blocking with his Servant, and then before damage, getting some mana. Sending a Harnessed Lightning at that Thalia, getting her out of the way here. I think what Mario's game plan here probably is with this Sigarda is really just stall the board off, continue to hold him out until this Chandra takes over the game, or he gets to play out an Aetherworks Marvel.
Yeah, he's not really. He doesn't want to be the aggressor here. He has Chandra to he's effectively applying pressure with his Planeswalker. He can just kind of sit back, make Cody interact with him while he's getting to do his things.
Yeah, and he does seem to be choosing to be aggressive here. I think he may be worried that eventually Cody will land a large threat and be able to just punch through, and wants to turn the corner here and close this game out before it makes a difference. What Cody's next few cards are.
Yeah, the Willer Virtuoso makes that attack with the Angel a lot easier because he can at a moment's notice, make a Thopter, and he has two potential chump blockers if something goes awry. But yeah, Cody being on 3 mana, that angel attack is really safe.
And that Chandra's up to 6 already. She ultimates at 7. Her ultimate meaning anytime you cast an instant or sorcery, I believe. I believe it's only instant or sorcery. It may be any spell. She will do 5 damage to target player, threatening that in 2 turns. In addition to the angel, Cody already down at 12. Maria's thoroughly in control here.
Whenever you cast a spell, so any spell.
Any spell.
Yeah, so like a lot of Planeswalker emblems, it should read you win the game.
Cody's able to get down a Pia Nalar here. Go ahead and use that to crew up the Cultivator's Caravan. Caravan's going to attack in. And, Mario went ahead and created a Thopter, chump blocked that.
So Cody's getting some creatures on the board. He didn't really get anything in the early game to be able to get underneath of Mario, but he is trying his best here to resolve some threats. It looked like he had a lot of expensive threats: 3-drops, Thalia, Cultivator's Caravan, Pia Nalar, and he just took him too long to be able to get in on this game. Mario is slowly ticking up with Chandra.
And that Angel's putting work, and Chandra, even her plus, is putting a little work here. Cody's already down to 6. Excuse me, Mario's still sitting at 20. 2 Whirler Virtuosos on the board. Chandra and Sigarda on their own are lethal next turn. That being said, there is a Flying Thopter on the board from that PNLR that could stave off the Sigarda for a turn. So...
Well, this Chandra ultimate, if he has any spell, he can create a Thopter at the end of Cody's turn. Get in for at least 1 with that Thopter if he attacks with the Thopter and Angel. Cody can only chump block off the Angel. Puts him to 5, and then ultimate Planeswalker with any spell. And that'll be it.
I'd imagine Cody's seeing the writing on the wall here.
Yeah.
It's taking a minute.
Is there anything I can do, anything I can cast if I crack this clue? You see, already he pulled aside 2 mana. He's thinking about it.
He's being thorough here, making sure he weighs all his options. As we said, bit of a high-stakes match here. Whoever wins this is probably locked for a cut to top 4. Yeah, and Cody sees the writing on the wall, decides nothing I can do, and he's going to pick him up.
Nothing I can draw that I can cast for 2 mana that's going to change my fate.
So Mario takes game 1 there. We've seen this Marvel deck just be dominant here today so far. I mean, it's been in our feature match every round, and it's won every round.
Yeah, even the last round when we saw, Eric was on the draw, and he had an amazing turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, just like really put Mario to the test. And Mario was able to stabilize and come back with his deck when with the helps of Ishkanah, and seeing Cody here, not be going first and not be able to play 1-drop, 2-drop, or 1-drop and 2 1-drops. Just he really didn't have that early start that he needed. I imagine that he did mulligan to 5. I imagine that he mulliganed aggressively to have a good start. He's a competent player. I'm sure he saw that his hand of 7 wasn't going to get there, hand of 6 wasn't going to get there, and it's the tough calls you have to make. But you have to allow yourself the opportunities to win. Going back to what we said before about just trying to get your percentages, your opportunities where you can, create yourself the ability to have to have luck or your percentages appear, show themselves, so that you can take advantage of them. Knowing when to mulligan, being able to mulligan correctly, very important, very useful traits to have, useful skill to pick up.
And it's worth noting here, both these players went into this match knowing what the other is on.
Yeah,
they're friends. They're both local players. They knew what they were sitting down to face when they sat down. So Cody knows if he doesn't get that quick start off, he's not going to be able to beat the
he doesn't get much
card
time
quality
to draw out of it.
Yeah, and really, regardless of the matchup, this vehicle's deck, if it doesn't have its early start, it just feels very underpowered once it gets to the late game.
Yeah, you're just playing a bad mid-range deck if you ever get to that point in the game where your creatures aren't as good as theirs. You're playing 1-drops that don't really do anything. They're just medium-sized compared to your opponent getting to play a card like, Kalidas or something along those lines, where it does many different things. It has a lot of utility, and your spells start matching up really poorly against the other decks.
Yeah, the closest thing that the vehicles deck really has to a late game is if they do bring in Gideons, or if they have the Sky Sovereign console
Yeah,
flagship
Sky
that's
Skyrim.
going to be able to help punch through against some of the fatter creatures. And again, we're not quite sure what Cody has in his list exactly, but I'd expect either Sky Sovereign or Gideon, perhaps both, are in there. And I think they'd come in here in a game like that where the Marvel deck doesn't actually see Marvel and doesn't do any of the big broken things.
Right.
And it's just the fact that they have the beefier mid-range creatures. A spell like Gideon or Sky Sovereign could really help punch through and help get that last bit of damage, or in the case of that match, any damage.
And we spoke to Mario earlier. He said that the best thing he's revealed off his Ether Marvel Works so far is Ishkana. And even this game, we didn't even see him use his Ether Marvel Works. So it really shows that like the deck can function without just flipping into a giant creature off your Marvel Works. But when it does, it is quite game shattering. What the term a bomb in Magic is meaning. It just destroys the entire game state.
If you're currently watching the stream on an airplane or an airport, we apologize for the use of the word
no.
bomb there. Obviously, we're referring to bomb,
Yeah,
just
if
a big
you're
card
on
that's
your-
going to come down and end the game, for lack of a better term. Players looking at resolving mulligans here. Mario had mentioned earlier, as we said when we talked to him, the best thing he's hit was that Ishkana off of his Marvels. Looking at his list, he has 3 of those Ishkanas. He has 1 Ulamog and 3 Emrakul in the main deck, plus 3 Chandra Torch of Defiance he can hit, and that splashy little Sigardo we saw come down last game. These are all big threats. Cody leading off fast here with a Toolcraft Exemplar, following with a Smuggler's Copter, swings in for 3. This
Here we
is
go.
the start Vehicles wants to see.
Yeah.
Your
Use your
opponent
mana
has 1
every
tapped
turn.
land.
Be aggressive.
And now, the way this curve gets better for Cody is if he has another creature to follow it up next turn. Gets to crew up the Copter and still attack in for 6.
Yeah, I would love to see if Cody's able to like play two spells, 2 creatures this turn to just really get his board state established, really get the pressure on. Mario didn't play a Servant of the Conduit. He's not ramping up or anything. Cody really just needs to, put his foot on the gas and just not let up.
And now with Mario holding up a mountain here, I'd expect a Harness Lightning or some sort of removal spell.
It's likely.
I don't think Cody can really care. I think he needs to just play into it. And
I think
keep
the best thing
putting
you do is
pressure
just
on.
try to get 2 threats into play this turn if possible. If he has or if he has Pia Nalor, that would count as well.
Starting with a Inventor's Apprentice here. Sequencing this so the Inventor's Apprentice will get the controlling an artifact trigger before they go to combat. Still going to get in for 3 there. It's going to put Mario down to 14.
Yeah, smart ordering of abilities there. He waited to go to combat to get the trigger so that Harness Lightning couldn't take out the Copter. So he was able to get the extra damage in.
Follows it up with a Scrap Heap Scrounger, keeping the having an artifact abilities on both the Inventor's Apprentice and the Toolcraft Exemplar active.
Yeah, keeping 2 spells that turn. That's the best way he could deal, or he could respond to Mario having a removal spell. It's just you can get rid of one of my guys. Okay, well here's 2. And
This is the kind of curve the Vehicles
Yeah.
deck needs, especially Mario's going ahead and playing a Tune with the Aether here. Going to go ahead and grab a Forest, which I imagine is his land for the turn, and he's slow. He's spinning his wheels here.
yeah, and we've seen Mario's deck too be able to come back with Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot. Like after you hit a point where you stabilize and you're able to get yourself out of range. So Mario has that chance to draw those cards.
6
But,
energy, 4 mana in play right now. Going to knock that down to 3.
Unless
Cody
it's
going to get
Incineration, more damage in, attacking. This is a pretty big swing
down
right
to
here.
11, and then another 3, 6, 7, 8 damage coming through by my
Yeah,
count.
another 8.
It's going to put him down to 3.
So yeah, this is
This is the turn.
yeah.
Mario hits the Aetherworks right on curve, though. And, he needs to hit something big here.
Ulamog would be, I guess, ideal.
Ishkana,
Ishkana is
if he has
possible.
Delirium, Ishkana might be good enough.
I don't know. I don't think he has Delirium yet. I think he has Sorcery Creature in his graveyard. I don't
Looking
think I
there,
saw Evolving Wilds.
I can't see everything he's got there. I think you see a Kozilek's return, but I'm not sure that's going to be good enough here. Again, Mario's down to 3 already. If Cody can
Oh well,
keep
Kozilek's
just
return
within the
should
threat.
that should clear off the board because the artifact will leave and then the the red creature there at the end.
It'll buy
the
Mario a
Kurd
turn
ape.
here. It'll buy Mario a turn here, but Scrap Heap Scrounger will be able to come back.
Yeah,
That's also assuming Cody doesn't have any more threats in
yeah.
hand.
Cody still has cards in hand. But Cody did what he needed to do this game, which was get early pressure in, get up underneath him, and try to get his life total down as low as possible so that he can try to close this out once Mario finds a way to do something about it. And
So this veteran motorist come down, followed up with a Thraben
Yeah.
Inspector. Gets him a clue.
here we go. Yeah, just 2 spells every turn. That's what you got to be doing.
There's that Evolving Wilds that looking to get Delirium. Mario's going to go ahead and get a land here. I'd assume an island to fix his mana a little bit. He's going to go ahead and get another mountain.
Does he have a double red spell?
Chandra costs double red.
Chandra,
But he
okay.
also has the Aether Hub up, so I suppose more red than blue to worry about. Wants to use as little of that energy as possible. Save
And
it all
it does
for
appear. Yep, he can cast Chandra once he has double red.
I'm just going to go ahead and do that this turn. It looks like use one of the energy off that Aether Hub.
Yep, taking up Chandra for 2 more mana.
Use a Harness Lightning to get rid of that veteran motorist. The veteran's going to go ahead and retire.
So this Thraben Inspector we're just gonna completely ignore Chandra. I think we just need to get him down.
That's what I'd imagine. Attacking in. Let's see Chandra going down. So Mario's going to take 1 down to 2 here. Again, this is where Cody really wishes he had some sort of direct burn spell.
Yeah,
Wishes he could point something at his
even
face.
just having Shock available, which is in the new set Ether Revolt. They did spoil that we will be getting Shock back. I'm sure all of these red-based aggro decks are going to be thrilled to have a burn spell that can hit both creatures and players.
It's a sad day when the exciting burn card is Shock. And that is an Ishkanag Wrath Widow coming
I
down.
would love to have Shock now. Well,
Mario perhaps wishing he'd have plus Chandra before he cast Ishkanah, revealing another Ishkanah off there. Cody's going to take 2 here. Go down to 18.
it looks like, man, Cody's just picking them up.
Yep.
Yep.
Cody is winning game 2, I'm being told.
On game 2.
Perhaps he had an unlicensed disintegration.
Oh,
That is,
right. Yeah.
I was thinking when that Ishkanah came down, Cody may actually be
Yeah, that
thankful
seems
for this that
strange.
he has a
'Cause,
target.
yeah, he still had outs to draw, but I guess he had it in his hand and just revealed it.
More than likely. Going to try to double check on that one for us here. Yep, that's exactly what happened. He had
Okay.
the unlicensed disintegration waiting, and
So yeah,
once that Ishkanah hit the board,
had the burn spell to finish it off.
not quite Shock, but it'll get the job done.
Yeah.
Going to be going to a game 3 here. Again, it seems to come down to whether or not this vehicle's deck gets its aggressive curve. If it gets the fast start and the the Marvel deck stumbles, that seems to be where this matchup
Yep.
tilts.
It's just the aggro deck just wants to get it. It wants to get it. It's damage in as fast as it can. Try to get up underneath the Etherworks Marvel deck and see if it can do its thing before the Etherworks Marvel deck does.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. It's a very linear strategy, very straightforward strategy, but an effective one nonetheless.
We've seen
Kill
it.
them before they can kill me. It doesn't appear that either player is sideboarded, so I guess they're just happy with their play draw decisions, who's with their 60.
I don't think anything changes up here particularly. I mean, I would imagine we see a ceremonious rejection in Mario's sideboard here. I expect that's better on the play, but I imagine it's good enough on the draw as well, so that's probably already in there.
Sure.
I would also imagine he's bringing in the World Breaker he has in his sideboard here. That's probably going to be pretty strong against Cody's deck.
Yeah, the reach not being inconsequential at all with against Smuggler's Copters, being able to fly. And if Cody randomly did bring in his Sky Sovereign, or if he happens to see it, it'll match up pretty favorably against Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, Sky Sovereign, one of those cards that the big splashy mythics, always fun to see. We're not sure Cody is playing that or not, but Mario's going to lead off with an Evolving Wilds here.
Yeah, I like just keeping Cody's deck low to the ground, casting costs being 1-drop, 2-drop, and 3 being the most expensive thing in this matchup. You really just want to be as fast as possible. You don't really have time to like your mid game, your late game it's just much worse than what your opponent's is.
Yeah, Mario's going to play a Mountain here into Servant of the Conduit, looking to ramp up a bit here. Cody's going to play down a Mountain here, second land. Didn't have a 1-drop, which
Didn't
is...
have a 1-drop, which is odd, seeing as they played 12. But, I imagine his hand, he considers is pretty strong to not mulligan that away.
Yeah, Smuggler's Copter is going to be one of those cards that could potentially make it worth it. To keep a hand without a 1-drop. If you have a bunch of strong follow-up plays, Smuggler's Copter can help you smooth out your draw, make sure you get there. Mario casting another Attune with Aether here, going up to 4 energy.
Yeah, especially if he has something like Veteran Motorist or Dapala, where he's able to just start getting real big hits with Smuggler's Copter in, smoothing out his draw steps. His hand's full of Scrap Heap Scroungers, so he can start taking advantage of them being in his graveyard.
Mario holding up those 2 lands, signifying that there's a Harness Lightning here, potentially challenging Cody. Play around it or play into it. Thinking about the best way to go about doing that here.
Yeah, the best strategy against these types of things is to play 2 cards to his 1 card, but it doesn't seem... Cody didn't have a 1-drop on the first turn. It's possible he could have picked up 1 in the next 2, but his mana is triple red with access to 1 white, so his options might just be limited. Okay, this is an interesting way to get around this turn here.
Play a Cultivator's Caravan, use that to play out a Inventor's Apprentice.
Yeah, effectively playing 2 threats this turn. Still being able to get the Smuggler's Copter attack in if he wants it.
It's an
or
efficient,
attempt to.
It's an efficient play, if nothing else. I like it.
Yeah. It's also helping him match pace with what Mario's mana production is. So Mario's got to get an extra land into play effectively with a Servant of the Conduit. Cody doing the same thing here, helping to aid if his hand is a bunch of clunky spells, which we assume it is because he didn't play a 1-drop, giving him the ability to play 2 spells a turn easier.
Yeah,
so it's a good turn.
We do see Harness Lightning taking care of that Smuggler's Copter. As we said, Cody didn't have much room to play around that, had to play into it a little bit. Mario here setting up a Vessel of Nascency, going to try to dig here at some point a bit.
It's possible Cody could have just not crewed his Copter and then said, okay, I'm not going to crew my Copter, go. And if you want to leave up Harness Lightning mana again, I'm fine with that. So that's 2 more mana that Mario can't use this turn. I don't know. I think that would have been an interesting way to go with it. Just being like, okay, pass the turn. I used all my mana effectively. I put 2 more threats on the board. I'm just going to deny you 2 mana for your next turn.
I think that's an interesting line here. Not a very obvious one from the aggro deck.
It's very tempting to just want to attack every turn. And he doesn't know that Mario has it, so he's putting Mario to the test, too.
Yeah, he's making Mario say, he's saying to Mario, you're challenging me to play around it, I'm challenging you to have it. Happened that Mario did. We see an attack coming in here from Cody now. Mario's going to take 8 damage off of that, go to 12.
Yeah, big chunk.
I'm sorry,
big
taking
chunk
7.
here. That Cultivator's Caravan being a 5/5. The Scrap Heap Scrounger, which we assumed he probably had with that Looter, keeping that hand, able to get the crew on his scrap heap on his cultivator caravan and turn on his inventor's apprentice.
Well, the apprentice would have been turned on from the
Oh,
caravan
right,
anyways.
sorry.
And there's a toolcraft exemplar up there. It's just out of screen for you guys here. But Cody has deployed quite a number of threats here.
Yeah, 2 threats again. See, that's the key to this. The fact that Cody's able to do this.
Weaver's puzzle not coming down, letting Mario gain some life. Try to stabilize a bit here. Back up to 16. Mario representing Harness Lightning again. I'd imagine Cody's going to challenge him to have it.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, he just has to.
Cody going to crew up the caravan and swing in with everybody. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage if it is uncontested here.
Here we go.
Mario looking at doing some blocking here. Blocking the Inventor's Apprentice and the Scrap Heap Scrounger. Interesting that he's choosing not to block the largest creature here. Again, I have to imagine there's a removal spell involved somewhere.
He probably thinks that he can get rid of this Cultivator's Caravan so that there's no longer an artifact in play once the Scrounger dies. Cody doesn't have access to black, so he wouldn't be able to sneak the Scrounger back in play to keep the Inventor's Apprentice alive. Yeah, and very noticeable too that Cody does not have access to black without this caravan. So if this caravan goes bye-bye, Cody could be in a little pickle for trying to rebuild his board state.
And Mario's going to pay a little extra mana here on this Harness Lightning to try to deal with Cultivator's Caravan.
Yep, and that will be getting his board here.
With the exception of the Toolcraft Exemplar up at the top of the screen there. Yeah, some crafty blocks there from Mario. Clearing out most of the board, really helping him stabilize here. Go ahead and start with this Vessel of Nascency here.
There's some interesting cards there. We have Ishkanah.
And Ishkanah is what he will be getting.
Emrakul is also there. We'll be going to the graveyard. So we should have enchantment, land, creature, and instant in the grave. So we do have Delirium.
And we have spiders. Ishkanah. The Toolcraft Exemplar really can't attack into... Yeah, Cody playing a land and passing the turn back immediately. This may be the beginning of the end for our vehicles deck here. Mario choosing not to attack. Perhaps fearing some sort of burn spell that can only do a limited amount of damage against Ishkanah.
Yeah, he maybe got a little bit of the fear put in him from that unlicensed disintegration from the previous game.
Mario's
so he's just playing a little defensive. Maybe his hand warrants more defensive play.
Mario's going to gain another 3 here, sacrificing that Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot up to 8 energy as well. Seeing 2 Toolcraft Exemplars here, just not enough power. This is what we're talking about earlier with the vehicles deck, just feeling very underpowered once it reaches the late game. 1 mana 3/1s. In this case, they're not even that, but even a 1 mana 3/1 is still only a 3/1.
Yeah, it's just a 3/1.
Cody weighing his options here. If he's going to come back from this, he has to sequence things very carefully and make sure he plays almost perfectly to come back.
Well, let's see what he goes with.
Fleetwheel Cruiser comes down and will at least be able to attack this turn. Threaten some damage. It's possible Mario just says, okay.
Yeah, Mario could just take this, I think, and he's probably fine with it. There's no reason to throw... It tramples, so there's no reason to throw a spider underneath it.
Just worried about killing it. Appears that's not the case. He's going to go ahead and take the 5 here down to 14.
So Cody's kind of in this position here where he can try to like keep getting some shots in with this cruiser, at least with what he has on the board. Mario though looks like he's shuffled Emrakul to the front of his hand. He's probably trying to get his way up there. We know he has at least 4 card types in his graveyard.
Cruz is going to come in again here. Interestingly, Mario is now thinking about blocking it. I'm curious why he would have just done that earlier. I'm going to go ahead and block. Get the cruiser off. I believe they just...
I think before he felt like his life total was high enough, he could take the shot to draw another card, and then realizes that, oh, every turn's just going to go this way. So it just becomes advantageous to deal with it there. And here is Emrakul.
Mama's home. Going to untap here.
Oh boy, and there's no artifacts in play, and I'm sure Cody... Oh, it's a lot of unlicensed disintegrations.
Wow. 3 unlicensed disintegrations and a courtyard are the hand.
Well, that explains why Cody was taking so long to think things out, because he definitely had the ability to steal this game. But the jig is up.
I would imagine at least one of those is going to be cast on his own creature this turn. I'd imagine one of them will be attacked into Emrakul.
There's no artifacts in play, so they're just one. All those creatures are just 1/1, so he can run his whole. He can run them all in. They're all going to die this turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't cast that in disintegration, which I'm sure he wants to, if for no other reason than to get it out of his hand. Mario weighing the exact.
I think there might be a
Best way
Needle
to do
Spires
this.
back there, and he's thinking if he could always destroy a land by attacking it into Emrakul. That might be the best way to go about it. Like, he already has 2 other unlicensed disintegrations, so he could activate this Needle Spire, attack it in, and just suicide Cody's team and destroy a land.
It seems to decide to go ahead and unlicensed one of them. Attack the other 2 into the spiders.
It really, at this point against Cody, it's kind of like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Cody doesn't have anything left that he can do here.
Yeah, he's on a 2-turn clock here. Emrakul swings 13 next turn, putting him to 3 at that point. I can't imagine Cody pulling back from this one. Emrakul's probably the nail in the coffin.
We don't have Cody's deck list, but I don't know of a combination of cards that he would be playing in his deck that's going to get it done.
Declaration Stone slows him down to get that Emrakul out of there. But you're still facing down the 3 spiders. You still have no resources in your hand at this point except for these 2 unlicensed disintegrations and whatever you happen to draw this turn.
I guess if he brought in like Declaration Stone or a Stasis Snare type card.
If he doesn't answer this Emrakul right now, there's no way he can come back. This is the moment. I'd imagine if he had a Stasis Snare or
he would have to draw it this turn.
Yeah, I'd imagine if that was the draw for turn, it would have been a fairly quick play. Don't give Mario the opportunity to untap and have responses. We got a glimpse at what he had in his hand there, but I couldn't quite make it out myself. Let's double checking the exact text on Emrakul here.
As protection from instants, which I just learned the other week too. I thought it. I did not know it had that line of text as well.
Yeah, as Luke said to me here, if you think it might have a keyword, it probably has it. Protection from instance included.
That's how Magic feels sometimes. If it's bad for me or good for my opponent, that's probably what's happening. They always happen.
Mario can't quite see what play he's making here exactly, but again, I'd imagine it's not good for Cody.
I think that was a tune with Ether for a planes. You generate some energy.
All right. Except to 10 now. You can almost spin Marvel twice right off the bat.
Try to get domain in play.
Puzzle Knot's putting him up to 17 life.
More life.
13 energy.
I'm just going to win in every way possible.
Emrakul's going to crash in for 13 here, choosing not to attack with the spiders because he has that Needle Spires hidden back there. imagine Cody has to just take this, unless he has a... In fact, I'm not thinking of... Oh, he does have the Scrap Heap Scrounger here. But I'm not quite sure what good that's going to do. Also, he just did that on the end step. He simply took 13 there. It's going to knock Cody down to 3.
Yeah, again, Cody struggled on having black mana this whole game. Wasn't able to scrounge and unlicensed disintegration and at the same time.
He can... Hijack is the draw.
Let's
We thought we might see a spicy one.
Yeah,
It's gain control of target creature until the end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste.
Oh, this is a sorcery.
That is indeed a
And
sorcery.
this is unlicensed disintegration for another 3 damage.
He
That
is
gonna
going to take unlicensed. He's going to take Emrakul, attack for 13, cast unlicensed disintegration, dealing 3, putting Mario to 1.
to 1, and then but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do anything else though. So I think he's showing Mario that those were the cards that he had, but it was just not enough. That Woodweaver Puzzle Knot.
Yeah,
keep him
just
out of-
not quite enough. That
Yeah.
hijack kept him. Oh wow!
That hijack was a spice. He must have. I bet he did draw that right after the Emrakul.
I think that's the card we saw that we couldn't quite tell what it was, and
man.
yeah, Cody is going to take that game, or I'm sorry, not Cody. Mario is going to take that game.
Yeah. That is-
Simply because that
was a spicy
hijack.
draw.
Oh wow! Really wish that that hijack play was. We want to see some spicy things coming in and out of the boards here, and I think
Yeah.
that was one of them.
It was perfect timing. The stars didn't align for Cody on that one.
Not quite, and that's unfortunate. That was
If he could have had maybe access to more black mana, he could have fired off those disintegrations earlier, where he could have got the extra 3 damage in.
getting to play that scrounger out earlier could have helped him get a
Yeah.
little under there faster. He was really close and just struggling to hit that black mana, as you said. Really,
So a very close game.
absolutely, much
very
closer
close
than it
game.
seemed on board.
Yeah.
Cody having that hijack,
That would've
potentially
been a
swinging
very
games
big,
really quickly here against these. It's not something you expect. These Marvel
Yeah.
decks are not ready for it, and
It's
there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah,
really.
and it's a card that you can't like hold on to in anticipation of Emrakul because they get to see your hand when they cast Emrakul. It's a card you have to draw after the fact, and it
Seems to be exactly what happened
It happened
here.
exactly the way Cody wanted to draw it up, except the stars didn't align correctly. There wasn't enough damage on Mario yet. He gained too much back with those Woodweaver Puzzle Knots.
It's another of those cards that just
yeah.
really helps add to the synergy if the deck. It lets them survive
Yeah.
just long enough with these Marvel decks that they have just enough energy and just enough life that they can start spinning the wheels and making the big splashy plays.
Yeah. Yeah, that game was surprisingly. It was really close. That was a very good game. Yeah.
Always entertaining to see players of this caliber playing some interesting decks. Unfortunate that we did see the same matchup twice in a row here, but
Yeah.
still entertaining. And if by chance you were getting a little worn out of standard, maybe limited some more your speed, next week is the Aether Revolt pre-releases here.
Yes.
Owl Central will be holding 2 pre-releases, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, both of them happening at noon. And there will be $25 to enter. Players who come down and play in these pre-releases get the pre-release pack, which is going to have 4 packs of Aether Revolt, 2 packs of Kaladesh, and 1 premium foil card, date stamped. Could be any rare or mythic rare from the set.
You get to play with that card in your pool too.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. It's not like the olden days when you get everyone gets a worm coil. Couldn't play that, but
Yeah,
they've
man.
changed up how they
That would
do
have
it.
been a miserable pre-release if everyone had a Wormcoil engine that they could play.
Nowadays, it's a little bit more random, so not guaranteed to get a worm coil engine, but guaranteed to get some splashy fun rare that you get to play in your deck. And we do have a limited number of slots. I believe it's 36 per event.
Yeah, 36 for each.
Yeah, and we have filled up every pre-release we have held here since we've opened,
Yeah.
and we're expecting to continue that trend here with Aether Revolt coming up. So please, if you want to play, come in and pre-register. We've already filled up some of the slots, so less than 36 still available for each event. For more information on the pre-release or our complete list of events, you can visit us on our website, owlcentralgames.com, or go to facebook.com/owlcentralgames. We have information on the pre-release, as well as any other GPTs we have coming up. There's a PPTQ coming up later this month for Pro Tour Kyoto.
The weekend after the pre-release. So in 2 weekends. 2 weeks from now, we'll have the PPTQ for Kyoto.
And all of these events will be live streamed, so if you can't make it out, feel free to tune in, join us here. We'll provide you with commentary. May not be Adam and myself, but someone will be here keeping you informed, having fun with you guys. That being said, I think we're going to take a break here before we get ready for round 4, final round
All
before
right.
cutting the top, and we'll be right back.
Oh,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4 of our GP Pittsburgh GPT. Players are already underway. We had a slight technical glitch we had to fix up, so we're going to send it right over to the feature match. We have Eric Henson back on camera with Marty Vehicles against Mark Peterson on Blue White Flash. As we
yes,
said,
switching it up here from the Marvel Works decks.
it's also the third time we're seeing Marty Vehicles on here, but
Yeah.
wanted to get a new deck on the stream if we could. Eric doing what his deck wants to do, get creatures down fast and attack. It's going to be 3 damage coming through with that Toolcraft Exemplar. The name escaped me for a moment.
All right, Mark just playing a land and passing. Eric getting his threats down, getting his beats on. Just trying to get his 20 damage in as fast as he can.
And the land pass play is not necessarily uncommon for Blue White Flash. It's a slow start. Eric playing on 2 more Toolcraft Exemplars. Excuse me, swinging in for 6 here. It's going to put him down to 11.
Eric now has lethal on the board very quickly.
That's as we've said many times. That's the style of game that this Vehicles deck really wants to do. Reflector Mage coming down is going to put the brakes on for a while here. Get that Scrappy Scrounger. If Eric doesn't have another artifact, it's going to be really hard for him to attack effectively here. Needle Spires is going to be the land for turn. And Apollo Pilot Exemplar coming down. That will, I believe the Toolcraft Exemplar is a dwarf here. So Apollo will give them a bit of a buff. And, he's going to attack in. I believe he will end up losing
He'll lose
one of those Toolcraft, but he's going to get in for 4 damage then. Just going to put Mark here down to 7.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. Yeah, he gets his 4 damage in. He's trading a card for 4 damage essentially.
Yeah, he's assuming the Flash deck here is only going to be able to do one thing per turn here for the time being. And he's got 4 creatures on the board that can attack next turn. In the form of either a Shambling Vent or a Needle Spires. Now Gideon coming down is quite a good thing to be doing here. As far as one spell per turn goes, Gideon's a strong one. Planeswalkers coming down effectively give you the ability to play a second spell for free every turn, even if that spell is a 2/2.
Yeah, it's just a card advantage engine, getting your free spell a turn. Planeswalker is very powerful. Even the weakest of Planeswalkers are still can be very useful with rare exceptions, like Tybalt comes to mind.
Still say he needs to be reprinted as the first uncommon Planeswalker.
Oh, Eric getting a better read on his card there.
Want to make sure we got the good angle of his face there for the little limelight shot.
Scrounger able to be played again this turn.
And a veteran motorist going to scry, make sure he gets a little more gas coming. Gets a choice between a Thalia or a Scrap Heap Scrounger with these scries. We'll see where he places them.
Yeah, depending on what his hand is, he'll probably set it up to what just whatever lets him maximize his mana.
I'd imagine what he really wants here is a removal spell to try to get in, push damage through here.
These Toolcraft Exemplars are now going to be 4 power, so they're going to be pretty massive.
They're coming in. DePaula's going to hold back, and that Scrounger was just played along with the Motorist, so they can't attack. Players making sure they all understand what effects are in play at the moment.
If there's a block that's going to happen, it should probably just be a double block.
Try to
Like
get something
if they're
off the
both.
board.
So what now?
Try to just get something off the board.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. If there's one of these, is he's trying to take down Gideon, then you just let it happen. But I think, but Eric's
Double
just going
block
for the
and
throat. Yeah,
Mark should be
and
taking
and
another
I think
4
that's
here.
probably the best thing to do here too. The risk of sending them both at Gideon and then Mark saying, okay, I lose my Gideon now. You miss out on being able to do a lot of actual damage to your opponent.
And that is 4 damage, putting Mark down to 3 here. Even with that Gideon, any one of Eric's attackers here getting through would be lethal.
Yeah.
With the exception of the Shambling Vents, if he animates that. Mark needs some sort of play here to be able to fight back. Needs to affect the board here. Hits that 5th land. That's key for this blue-white flash deck. It lets him play Avacyn, which is a very powerful card, probably the most powerful card in their deck.
Yeah.
Perhaps second only to Gideon. It's a debate that
Avacyn
could be had.
still wouldn't be able to, he wouldn't have enough blockers to stop everybody. He really needs to get two creatures in play here. He just needs to be able to line everything up. Reflector Mage is a
Reflector
good
Mage
card.
will help.
If you had like a Selfless Spirit, that would be, yeah, there you go.
Speaking of,
Selfless Spirit would be a very, very powerful card to throw down here. Makes it so the combats aren't going to be trading for damage anymore. It's just going to be trading, or not trading rather, but Eric losing his creatures. So it will convince him to keep his guys at home.
Eric continuing to affect the board here. Plays out a Inventor's Apprentice. Nerd Ape, as it is affectionately known. Just sends it back here.
And Mark is at 3, so he is dead to an unlicensed disintegration if he does not have Spell Queller. Could potentially make Eric try to play around it by leaving the mana up, but
I'm going to go ahead and tick up Gideon here. And come in with the attack. I think he's trying to find a lane here where he can start turning the corner.
Mark
Eric
is
gonna
at a
take it.
precariously low life total.
Eric saying, fine, that's one less blocker I have to deal with, takes the 5. And the blue-white flash check leaving up 6 mana. You have to imagine there's a spell coming at instant speed here. Another veteran motorist is the play for Eric.
And Avacyn too is a risky proposition for Mark to play because if it flips, oh, I'm sorry, no, never mind. It will only do 3 to his creatures, not to himself. So yeah, Avacyn's still just fine.
I'm not sure you're correct on that. It may
Does
hit
3 hit
players.
yourself as well? I was under the impression it only hit your opponent, but all the creatures.
I'm not 100% sure. I haven't played with Avacyn very much myself. We'll look that up real quick.
Let's see. Avacyn the Purifier. When this creature transforms into Avacyn the Purifier, it deals 3 damage to each other creature and each opponent.
Okay, does each opponent, so he would be okay to do that. Meantime, here Eric's stunned. He's going to play out this Scrap Heap Scrounger, which is going to be Spell Quellered very quickly.
Spell Queller. I would assume that he has another Spell Queller in his hand. I would be very tempted to hold this Spell Queller for unlicensed disintegration if you could have enough blockers otherwise. 1, 2, 3, 4.
At the moment, I like this line of play because Eric doesn't have an artifact on the battlefield, so unlicensed disintegration won't deal 3 to him.
Yeah, I wasn't even.
So if you can
noticing
keep
that
the
part.
artifacts off while continuing to slow his board and progress
Right.
yours, it removes the threat of unlicensed disintegration.
That makes sense.
Mark going ahead and going to minus Gideon here, make an emblem here that's going to give all of his creatures +1/+1. I would expect we'll see at least an attack from the Spell Queller here, with Mark trying to continue turning this corner. He's going to go ahead and go one step further, take this Selfless Spirit on the road and attack with that as well. That's going to be 6 damage coming in, which Eric has no way to fight. It's going to knock him down to 9 here. As fast as Eric hit and as hard as he hit, Mark's been able to turn this around pretty quickly and pretty convincingly. Eric looking here, weighing his options. there's no way in the game to interact with that emblem, so all of Eric's creatures are going to outclass him to some extent. Eric's going to go ahead and animate this Needle Spires.
And he doesn't have an artifact in play, so his he doesn't have the full effect of getting all of his guys pumped up.
I do believe some number of them get boosted by the Depala here. Initially trying to stasis snare the Needle Spires, deciding that's not the best line of play. It's not a legal line of play, actually. The stasis snare says non-land. Although I could be mistaken on that. He's going to go ahead and get the Depala here. Still attackers coming in that have to be dealt with, though. Put a blocker in front of Needle Spires, one of the ally tokens.
Yeah.
Putting an ally in front of.
All of these dwarves here
The
getting
veteran
+1/+1 from
motorist.
Depala. Oh, sorry, the
Well,
Depala was
Depala
stasis
has
snared.
just been stasis
Right.
snared.
Sorry, this was the They are
And
smaller.
Reflector Mage in front of the other. Oh, reconsidering that one. I was going to go ahead and put it in front of. Oh. I'm going to wait until they finalize the play and start making actions before I make another statement about what's
Yeah.
blocking what.
Everyone's trying to. We're all just trying to figure out what we're doing here. It's like Mark's going to 1.
Players. So those are the final blocks. The Inventor's Apprentice and the Toolcraft Exemplar are going to get through. Mark is going to go down to 1 here. It's just one. Anything getting through now is going to be lethal. And I don't believe there is much, if any, life gain over here in this blue-white flash deck. There's
Seems to
one
be,
Westvale Abbey, which would have lifelink, but that would be a bit of a long game plan here that I don't think is really the plan Mark wants to be on.
Yeah, I think there was some confusion there for a second with assigning damage, and Mark looked like he wanted to use a Selfless Spirit, but he had already put himself to 1, showing that the damage had already happened. So we still have Selfless Spirit in play, which is still fine for Mark. A 3-power flyer because of that Gideon emblem.
He just has to be careful here. He is at 1, so anything getting through can be lethal very quickly. And Eric does have that Shambling Vet hiding back there yet, so he does have 3 attackers on board.
Yeah, Gideon might need to get relegated to making 2/2s again, or 3/3s with the emblem.
I would imagine that's going to be the route here. He is going to take Gideon up here.
We're getting in there.
And
Oh, I guess that
is
was
going to
that
be
was just
lethal.
lethal. Yeah, missing lethal
All right,
there.
Eric's making sure he sees the line of attacking here. Mark's going to go up a game. This is a matchup. First time we're seeing it here today on stream. Not the first time we've seen it in this format. 2 staple decks again here. This deck, in this matchup, I would think the blue-white flash deck tries to take on more of a controlling role, as we saw there.
Yeah, the blue-white deck's not the beatdown in this matchup. It's not going to be able to get underneath the Marty vehicle deck, so it's probably just going to try to, be reactive. Answer whatever the vehicle deck does, and try to get it to a point where it can take over with Gideon or make a really big play with Avacyn.
And as we saw there, Gideon was able to get down and help him stabilize. Just get enough blockers on the board to not die, and then turn the corner and fight back.
Yeah, Gideon. Again, like as you pointed out, it's like a free spell every turn. So with your planeswalkers, it's like getting to make 2 actions every turn.
And I would look at the sideboard here. Mark has a Declaration Stone, 3 Spell Shrivel, 2 Jason Raveler of Secrets, a Ceremonious Rejection, 2 Fumigate, a Summary Dismissal, 2 Gisela the Broken Blade, 2 Fragmentize, and a Sky Sovereign Console Flagship. I'd imagine the Ceremonious Rejection comes in. I would imagine the Gisela comes in for lifelink.
Yeah, Gel just seemed just good against this strategy. An evasive flyer that can be a mess in combat and then undo the early work that the aggro deck does in the beginning of the game. It's like made for these types of matchups.
Yeah, it's I like the blue-white flash here. I'd imagine that the revolutionary rebuffs they have in the main deck are going to be coming out pretty quickly here, seeing as most of what well, I shouldn't say most, a large number of the threats that the Mardu Vehicles deck is playing are obviously artifacts in the form of the vehicles. It'd be unfortunate to have a pinch where you need to stop something and your only counterspell is revolutionary rebuff.
Yeah.
Looking over at Eric's list, I like seeing the galvanic bombardments come in here. Actually,
Yeah, they deal with the spell quellers after the first one. At least it gives you another way to like get your spells back. It lets you interact with their selfless spirits, so it's a cheap tempo way to deal with getting that off the board, so they can have really good trades in combat. I like the bombardments too.
I also don't hate seeing his own Gideons come in here to fight that battle. I think
Yeah, try to just go tit for tat with him, especially since he's going first. He's on the play, so he'll be able to get his Gideon into the battlefield, attacking first, so he can threaten his opponent's Gideon
this is
before his opponent can do the same.
unlike the Marvel matchup for Mardu Vehicles. This is a matchup where if it does go long, their end game like Sky Sovereign and Gideon for the late game of Mardu Vehicles can actually still be impactful and still be good enough.
Yeah.
They can keep up as far as card quality is concerned, card for card with this blue-white flash deck in the late game. It's not ideal, and it's not the best route to victory, but if it becomes necessary, I think it's something they can certainly do.
Yeah, the top end for the flash deck, not being something like Gideon and Avacyn, where you can play your own Gideons and you can play your own like Sky Sovereign or your own big creatures. So it's not you're not going to get outclassed on the same type of level as those Ether Marvel Works deck.
Yeah, 'cause the blue-white flash deck is not trying to go over top of any deck. It's trying to, at least not in the sense of trying to have the bigger play. It
Right.
tries to fly over for damage, like going over top in that sense. But really, it's a tempo deck. It wants to get just ahead enough that it can start getting in there, and then stay just ahead enough and live just long enough that it can get the damage in and just finish the game with a wide enough margin that they can turn that corner. And I've lost where I'm going with this. I'm just going to stop this sentence.
I've when I first started like learning Magic competitively a long time ago, the way it was presented to me, and it's an idea I've tried. Like the basic idea that I've liked is that in the end, there's two types of decks. There's a type of deck that wants to do 20 damage as quick as possible, and there's a type of deck that wants to do 20 damage as safe as possible. And 20 damage just is equivalent to winning the game, and the pure aggro decks are your versions of decks that want to just get it done as fast as possible with the most efficient threats, and then your control decks are your versions of those decks that want to get it done as safe as possible. And identifying which role you're in when you're playing the matchup. Are you the deck that's trying to do it fast, or are you the deck that's trying to do it safely? If you can identify that quickly, it helps you make better sideboard decisions on the fly when you're unsure of what your opponent's on or what type of matchup that you might have gotten into. But being able to identify that for sideboarding purposes, I think helps a lot to reinforce which role you need to be playing. And I like that in this matchup that like both decks can kind of get similar results, where like you have your like Gideons on both sides of the field. One deck gets to play Avacyn, the other deck gets to play removal spells like Unlicensed Disintegration. So like you get these kind of like ebbs and flows. But I think the blue-white flash deck definitely is the one trying to do it as safe as possible. The Mardu Vehicle deck definitely trying to be as aggressive as possible.
And looking here at our players resolving mulligans, I believe Eric is going down to 6 here. Very unfortunate for him. He's on the play, so he's going to be down in cards already. Although he really wants the tempo. He wants to be getting that turn 1 play and getting aggressive. We'll see if he... So he can actually be going to 5 there, by looking at that count.
Yeah, it looks like that is 5.
Yeah, he is on 5.
I don't see a land, unfortunately. Unless it's that last card in his hand.
It's difficult to tell. The far left card may be an Aether Hub, but regardless, 1-landers are going to be rough. It's going to be unfortunate if he has to mulligan down to 4 here. I've seen very few games won from a mulligan to 4. One of the few I've seen was actually myself playing the Insol Artifact deck in Standard a few seasons ago.
Yeah.
And that was a hand that included an island, Soul Artifact, and then my first draw was a Darksteel Citadel. So turn 2 5/5 indestructible is pretty good when you have to mull the 4.
Yeah.
Eric is really thinking on this one.
That might be an Ether Hub. On that first, yeah, it
Okay.
looks like it is. Okay.
So he has one land, but it's possible he doesn't have anything else he can play, and is weighing the options.
He can get one color out of it one time, and then that'll be it. So it's putting him in a real tough position.
He's weighing the benefits of using the scry to try to find another land versus mulliganing down to 4, which is at that point it's probably fairly easy for the blue-white flash deck to just keep up with him card for card and one for one him until he can pull ahead in the late game.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's not impossible, but it's gonna be
go
tough.
ahead and keep here. Plays out that Aether Hub. I think he may have missed his scry actually, which is a big deal for this deck mulliganing down to 5. We're going to play a Port Town tapped. Eric drawing up a Plains here. Maybe he did scry, but regardless, he gets down at turn 2.
Well, he got
Veteran
this.
Motorist gets the scry here. He's going to get to set up his next 2 draw steps to some degree here. And, he's going to keep them both on top. He likes them.
That's
so
a good sign for him.
that's good news. We should see at least something that resembles a game of Magic here. Port Town coming down now, revealing a Plains.
Well, we got Smuggler's Copter.
Pardon me. And that Smuggler's Copter coming down is going to be a good threat for the blue-white flash deck eventually. But for now, I'm sure Eric's going to try to get some damage in here. Let's see a Thraben Inspector come down. Gets himself a clue. Attack for 3. It's going to put Mark down to 17. Excuse me. See if he has any follow-up plays here post-combat. No, we sent back over to Mark at this point, I believe. Mark's going to play out that Plains he revealed last turn. Pass the turn back, representing Spell Queller here. For a 5-land hand here, he's doing quite well. He's gotten all his land drops. He's attacking for 4 in here. Mark's just going to go ahead and take that. I'm going to knock him down to 13.
So if you expect that he has Spell Queller, do you think you just pass? Just make him like you have threats on the board. Yeah, it looks like that's what happened.
I like that line of play. Make him have something.
Yeah, if this game continues like this without anything changing, Eric wins. So
at some point, Mark is going to have to make a play, and hopefully Eric's hope is that he'll be able to take advantage of it. And there comes a Gisela the Broken Blade. Now the best line for Eric here is going to be what I believe he had
Harness
there, which
Lightning.
was Harness Lightning.
Harness Lightning,
Unlike
yep.
Disintegration would have been a little better, but Harness Lightning is going to be good enough on the end step there.
Well, I don't think he can cast Disintegration because he doesn't have any energy.
He does not have black.
He doesn't have black.
Fleet Wheel
that's
Cruiser
a good
coming
rip.
down.
I think that would have been still part of the cards that he scryed to the top, so he probably knew that. Yeah, he should have known
That's
that was
9
coming.
damage coming in. That would put Mark down to 4 here, and it's going to be uncontested.
Strong mulligan to 5. Appropriately saw to not cast a spell into Spell Queller, or the threat of Spell Queller.
Some good play from what initially looked like a very disadvantaged position for Eric here.
And that goes back to what we were saying before about making the opportunities for yourself, like giving yourself those percentage chances. Like it's possible that Mark could have not had Spell Queller, but you lose so much if he does.
Mark's own Thraben Inspector coming down here. Of course, given the ability to crew that Smuggler's Copter, making blocks a little more difficult for Eric. Making attacks a little more difficult for Eric. And another Gisela is coming down.
This is the second copy of Giselle. So he has 2 on his board. He had both of them. Let's see
Eric's gonna have to
what Eric can do about this.
He's got to have to find another removal spell for that Gisela. He can attack through the Smuggler's Copter. Another Veteran Motorist is the play, so we can set up his draw step for another 2 turns. Liking them both again, keeping them on top.
Good sign for him. Oh,
Declaration in Stone is the play against Gisela. That it's not quite going to be game, but he is going to have some strong attacks. No, that
Oh,
may be
he
game
can
here.
crew that fleet wheel
He can crew the
cruiser
fleet wheel cruiser with the
new veteran motorist.
new veteran motorist.
Yep.
So even if he blocks, even if the cruiser, I believe, has trample, even if
He
it
does
didn't,
have
there's still
trample.
4 damage getting through unblocked. So if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be game here. Mark making sure he's reading everything correctly here.
Yeah, that looks like it. The trample should be enough.
Double checking all of the math here.
Yep.
And yeah, that is going to seal it up. They're going to tie this game up here with approximately 23 minutes to go in round 4 here of this Grand Prix trial.
So yeah, good show by Eric on the mulligan to 5. Was able to pull that one out there.
I think he needed to have that land on top. If he starts missing land drops, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
He hit every land drop he needed to there.
Yep.
Those veteran motorists really helped him pull it out.
Yeah, the veteran motorist did a good job to smoothing out his draw steps. Having those removal spells for the back-to-back Gisellas too. That's a card that could have easily shut Eric out of the game real fast with just one hit. Yeah, well played. Very very tight game.
Those declaration in stones, I believe, did come in out of the sideboard here. I suppose Eric wanted more, as we mentioned with the galvanic bombardments, him wanting more removal so he can deal with. We'd mentioned the spell gwellers, but threats like Gisela as well are very important to get out of the way. Using declaration in stone there to great effect, allowing him to close out a game that he had to be very disadvantaged in when you look at it from the start.
Yeah, it seemed like it was going to be very tough for him, especially with Ether Hub being his turn 1 play. Just Ether Hub go put him in a real bind where he had the potential to not even be able to draw spells that would cost 1 mana. Like the Ether Hub would become useless very quickly. A one-time use type of land.
And looking at the way that seems out, he may have actually had a Thraben Inspector or another 1-drop in his hand. We did see them come down later in the game. He may have had that in his opening hand and actually made the choice not to play it on turn 1.
Yeah.
Knowing he'd need the red mana later to get that motorist down, which would let him set up the rest of his draw steps.
That's the case. That's very smart. That's very very good heads-up play there. Realizing that he needs more than just casting a Thraben Inspector. That he needs to look a few turns down the road.
Players getting ready to draw their opening hands here. Hopefully no one mulligans to 5.
Yeah.
We'll be underway here shortly in round 4. And now we don't have the standings in front of us, but I believe whoever wins this match has a very good chance of making it into our top 4 here.
Yeah, this should be like an on-the-bubble round, or on-the-bubble match here. The winner should be able to make it into the cut.
And again, those due to the number of players, so we have 15 players here today. It's going to be a cut to top 4, and they will play out for the first place in the 2 buys to Grand Prix Pittsburgh. Say that 5 times fast. Coming up in the next few weeks here. Needle Spires is going to be Eric's turn 1 play here. Not exciting, but sometimes you just need to get your tap land out of the way.
Not sure exactly what's.
Yeah, we're not sure what we're waiting on here, folks.
There was something going on with maybe a card fell off of a deck.
Yeah, I just got word from our spotter here. Some cards got knocked off of the deck from the top of Mark's deck. So some information that should have been unknown to both players became known to both. Re-randomizing it. Correctable issue.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, whatever started as random finishes as random, then it's the same.
Eric's going to follow up here. Veteran motorist coming down. He's going to scry 2 here. Card's really been an all-star for Eric in this match. Eric did take 1 from the Thraben Inspector there before he got a chance to get that motorist down. Clue's going to get cracked by Mark on Eric's end step. Get a little card advantage here. See Prayer Stream coming in on tap now. It's 2 basic lands. Mark got his mana set up really nice. I'm going to offer a trade here with the Thraben Inspect and the Veteran Motorist. I expect Eric to reject that wholeheartedly. It's going to be another 1. Knocking Eric down to 18 and another Thraben Inspector coming down. Followed by a Smuggler's Copter.
Copter.
Following with a Concealed Courtyard here, so he has access to his black mana now. And Depala Pilot Exemplar is going to come down. And, he's going to attack that Veteran Motorist into the potential of a blocking Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, I think it would be fine if he wanted to trade it off there, but no need to. Just take 4.
Mark going down to 16. Going to crew up the Smuggler's Copter now. Eric's going to, Mark is going to attack in. Eric's going to end up taking 3 while they resolve these triggers.
And at this point, each player is just kind of jockeying for position. Gisela, a very, very powerful way to do that.
Certainly is.
This is going to put Eric to the test again like the last game. Does he have a removal spell for it? If he doesn't, Gisela can take control of this game and just one or 2 hits.
Scrappy Scrounger is going to be the play out here.
And he
By
does.
Harness Lightning to get rid of that Gisela. Paula and Veteran Motorist coming in now. I'd imagine at this point, going to trade off for that Veteran Motorist.
Well, the Veteran Motorist has the +1/+1 from Depala, so it's just a
That's
chump.
right, that was something to be a chump block. Blocking Mark down.
And we're starting to get to a point where Mark can now potentially cast Avacyn if he has another land drop inside of combat. He does have 1 more Gisela in his deck that he sided in. And he might just be digging here with Copter to try to put those things together.
He's Mark is definitely behind on board here, but leaving up that that mana, he's going to have some sort of play for sure.
Yeah, he needs something like Avacyn would be amazing, of course. You know, or even just like a Stasis Snare. Just to try to like deal with some of the things that Eric's doing. Being able to Stasis Snare that Scrounger.
Yeah, right now Eric's just putting threats on the board, and they're going largely unanswered.
Yeah, that Depala has the chance too. Like, if it goes too long, he can just refuel his hand. Yeah, that attack with that Smuggler's Copter there makes me think that he was really trying to dig to an answer, and we got it.
Declaration Stone. Eric is going to get a clue here, potentially still letting him refuel his hand later in this game. Tapping 2 mana up, no blockers back. It's looking like Mark's going to take another chunk of damage here.
See if he has something like Fleet Wheel Cruiser, like that previous game. Could make short work. Yep.
And here it comes.
Short work of Mark here. A big
There's an attack for 11 damage coming in here. And looks like there is nothing Mark's going to be able to do about that. That's going to put him down to 2. Virtually any threat in Eric's deck is now going to be lethal. Even if traditionally a situation like this where what the control deck wants is something like a Wrath of God type effect, like Fumigate, even in that situation, that would only put him up to 5. Eric can activate the Needle Spires. He could have crewed the Fleetwheel Cruiser there. the vehicles in the mainlands here make it very difficult for the control decks to remove all of the potential threats that the aggro deck is presenting.
Yeah, even the resiliency of Scrap Heap Scrounger too, being able to come back after those Wrath of God effects, really marginalizes what those things can do now. You really need cards like that are cheaper, like along the lines of like Kozilek's Return, that can happen at like instant speed potentially, and then can exile things, get them gone permanently. Like Wrath of God effects have been greatly diminished in power with the resiliency of creatures in the past few years in Magic.
See Eric playing out another one example of those resilient creatures in the form of Shambling Vent. He's going to go ahead and animate the Needle Spires and attack with all of his creatures.
Oh boy.
He has a,
Oh,
there's a Stasis Snare,
deals with one of them.
block, and offers the
That's the
hand.
game. And
Eric
the
is
match.
going to pull it out, winning the match 2-1. Mardu Vehicles takes up Blue White Flash and potentially locks up a spot in our top four.
Yep.
We'll have to wait to see how everything shakes out for that. He's got a good shot. It's probably safe to say that Mark is going to be out of the top four with another loss here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make top four with his record with the loss. But Eric should be good.
All right, that's going to conclude round 4 of our Grand Prix trials, and that's the conclusion of the Swiss rounds here.
Yep.
So a few moments here, they'll wrap up the rest of the matches. We'll get the standings, and we'll get ready for our top 4 here. We know we'll see at least one Marvel deck. We know Mario Salgado locked up a spot there
Yeah.
with his win in round 3.
Yeah, we'll have at least one of those. Cody was also playing Marty Viegel's deck. His record, if he won this round, he should be able to be in top 4 as well.
He should.
Depending. Well, we don't know the results yet for that match.
Results. If Cody won, that would lock him in. There's this.
Okay.
We believe Cody has one, so we think there will be a Mardu Vehicles deck, at least one, possibly 2 if Eric has good breakers and gets in on this bubble. Yeah, it should end up being some matches we've seen before today, but it should be exciting nonetheless.
Yeah.
All the decks we've seen today really lend themselves to some explosive turns, some really exciting turns.
Yeah, and
some
there's
interesting finishes.
And there's some interesting card choices people can still have to kind of tweak it to their own, as we saw with Cody playing.
For example, Hijack
playing
out of the
Hijack,
sideboard
yeah.
against Emrakul.
That's neat. Yeah, so there's still some cool things to still show up in Standard to surprise us from time to time.
Yeah, and, if you're a fan of Standard and want to get out here, try your gusto with some of the new cards once Aether Revolt comes out.
Yeah.
Just last night we announced some new events we're running. Starting, they're going to be monthly, replacing our 1Ks we had last year. It's going to be our monthly Magic Championship events. First one is coming up on, I believe, the 28th.
Yep, 28th.
Coming up in a few weeks here. They're going to have different tiers of prize support based on the attendance here. The idea is we want to get more people out here, more people having fun, and the more people we have, the more prizes we can give.
Yep.
So we're going to have a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum level for prizes based on attendance. Also, try to encourage more people to get out, get higher prizes out here.
Yeah.
Keep us happy, keep the players happy, make it great for everyone. We're offering what we're calling our car load discount. If you and 3 friends all come together and all 4 of you sign up at one time, then one of you gets $10 off, and that's already the reasonable price of $25 for. It's going to be some pretty strong prize support.
Yeah, we're going to be potentially giving out even more prizes than what we gave out for the monthly 1Ks that we did last year. We really just want to get as many people into the store as we can. We have so much space. It's such a great place to come out and play, and we want to be able to give out as much as we can possibly give out to everybody. And the discount for the car load, like if you have to travel, if you're going to be like if you're 30 minutes out or you're an hour out. At least it goes a little bit. The $10 off goes a little bit towards your gas. Everybody pool up together. Come on out. It's a great time. It's a great place. It's a lot of fun.
And if it's
Great
a little,
prices.
and if it is a little too difficult to get out for you, or if weather stops you from coming out, and we're still running the event, these events, along with pretty much every event we're running here at this point, is going to be live streamed on Twitch here. We're going to try to bring commentary to as much of them as possible.
We'll bring the owl to you.
There's a Harry Potter joke in there somewhere, but I'm not going to make it. If you need more information on these monthly championship events or any event we're running here at Owl Central, you can visit us at facebook.com/owlcentralgames or owlcentralgames.com. Links to all of our social media and websites can be found below. We're going to take a break here, potentially get some new commentary coming in here, some fresh faces. I'm sure you're getting tired of us. And we'll get ready to bring you the top 4 playoffs here, see you guys these 2-round buys to GP Pittsburgh. I'm muted. You're muted as well. That guy.
Oops.
Sorry about that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Owl Central Games here for the we've cut to the top four here for our GPT for GP Pittsburgh. Our top four consists of all players we've seen on stream here today, I believe. No, we may have not seen Mike. We have Mario Salgado on Rug Marvel. Cody Block is going to be playing Mardu Vehicles against him in the match we're going to be going to in just a moment. And then the other match for our top four is Eric Henson on Mardu Vehicles against Mike Knowles, who is also on Rug Marvel. So two matches here we've seen several times earlier today. By the way, you may notice this is not Adam Bowles. This is going to be Christian Urena.
So?
Forgot to change the name there for him. We'll do that in just a minute once we take it over the feature match.
Hey, Cody.
Our players over in the feature match put up a little note saying hi to Chris.
Oh, he's right.
We're going to send it over there. I'm going to wait and see what they're writing before we send it over there. These guys are a little bit of goofballs having some fun here. Chris played in the tournament here, didn't quite make our cut here.
Yeah.
So he's going to join me in the booth here, bring you the...
Unfortunate events.
Yeah. Good player, just didn't quite make the cut. Sometimes luck doesn't break quite your way. All right, we are going to go ahead and send it over to the feature matches here and get ready as the players are shuffling up. As I said here, we're going to have Cody Block on our right here with Mardu Vehicles against Aetherworks here on our left. Now, Chris, you were playing Marvel here today, correct?
Yeah, I was playing the best deck, quote unquote.
Certainly the most deck here in the highest numbers for sure.
Yeah.
And prior to that, in this format, you were playing red-white vehicles, yeah?
Yeah.
So you know both these decks to a certain degree, at least. Who do you think is favorite in the matchup?
Probably the Aetherworks deck. If he hits Aetherworks on turn 4, it's really hard to come back if they hit like Emrakul or Ulamog or whatever.
That tends to be what we've seen here. I'd like to agree with you. Once they get the Aetherworks down and they start getting those big haymakers, they just outclass all of the vehicles' decks plays very quickly.
Yeah. But if he doesn't see Aetherworks by turn 4, Cody can like overcome him and like just drop all those little guys and kill him as fast.
Yeah, as the adage has gone, the aggressive deck tends to either win by turn 5 or start losing on turn 6.
Yep.
Correct spelling? And players here have gotten their fun little note out of the way. They should be finish up shuffling, drawing up here. As I said a moment ago, we're seeing Rug Marvel and Mardu Vehicles here in our feature match, and off camera we have the same matchup going on. We're favoring Marvel here. Obviously, we favor it in the other match as well. We're not be surprised if our finals here ends up being a
Marvel versus Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marvel mirror match, something we have not seen yet today, which was surprising. I believe we had, of the 15 players, I believe I heard 8 of them were actually on Marvel decks. Actually, we actually have Cody's deck list here. He typed it out for us. We did not have it during the first match here, so when he brought in that hijack, almost stealing that game 3, it was a surprise to us, which is an interesting one and fun to see happen.
Wow, that deck's really weird. Fairgrounds Warden and Chandra's Pyro Helix. Huh.
Cody resolving mulligan here. Looks like he's going down to 6. I can see the role. I think he won that he's going to be on the play, which is pretty important in this matchup.
He was a higher seed, right?
I believe I saw them rolling dice, so I thought we were using the modified play draw rule, where it would be higher seed.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Huh? Okay, makes sense.
All right, sorry about that. Had a brief conversation with our head judge here, so we're double checking the deck list copies we have. Cody going down to 5 here. That's not good for Mardu Vehicles. We did see Eric Henson in the last round pull out a win on a mulligan to 5, but he had a just about a perfect hand.
Did he scry?
No, I believe Cody missed that scry here, and Mario starting off strong here. Tune with Aether gets him an energy. Cody leading off strong as well. Inventor's Apprentice is one of the 12 one-drops that this deck plays. They want to get creatures on the board fast, and they want to start turning them sideways.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to try to kill him as fast with such little cards.
Yeah, it's in order to get like the really explosive starts, they need a critical mass, and then we'll start playing 2, if not 3 threats per turn as early as turn 2. And certainly not impossible. As I said, there are 12 one-drops. Stranger things have happened than
Oh, he's playing his
3 of
lands
them
like
being
that.
in the hand. Chris commenting on Mario playing his lands in front of his permanents. Something we'll try to rectify in the future here. Cody's going to go ahead and get down a Thraben Inspector. That clue is going to
It's a good start.
pump up Inventor's Apprentice, and he's going to get in there for 2, knocking Mario down to 18.
Ooh, it's actually really good.
Yeah. The Whirler Virtuoso coming down on Mario's side. He already has 5 energy. That's 1 Thopter available. We assume more energy will come. A 2/3 body on its own is going to be a really strong blocker here, not to mention the servos if they become necessary.
It's energy.
Have to imagine that means energy from the Aether Hub. He's going ahead and marking down there. We'll see what play Cody has to follow up. Going to be a Smuggler's Copter. Following that up with a Thraben Inspector as well.
That's
It's going
really
to be a
good.
second clue token. For mulligan to 5, he's got a really strong board presence built up
Yeah.
here already. Choosing not to attack into the Whirler Virtuoso here. Evolving Wilds being Mario's land for turn.
It's probably gonna crack the vessel.
Thinking about making that play, holding off for a moment here. He's going to pass turn. He's probably going to try to do that on Cody's end step.
Yeah.
Keep up a potential removal spell here. If nothing else, he's going to represent that. I would have to imagine Cody in this situation wants to challenge him, make him have the removal spell, as opposed to trying to play around it.
Yeah.
Cody's going to go ahead, crew up the Smuggler's Copter here with the Thraben Inspector. He's going to move to combat, get the attack. Mario quickly reaches for the pen. Going to take another 3 here down to 15. And Cody's going to get the all-important loot off of the Smuggler's Copter, drawing a card, then discarding a card. See if we can get a peek at what he discards here off of this.
That's
Going to be
Smuggler's
discarding another Smuggler's Copter.
surprising. I wonder what he kept.
Well, among the cards he kept was a Cultivator's Caravan, which he used to play out another Inventor's Apprentice. Seems valuing the quantity of cards on the board over the quality that would come from Smuggler's Copter. Vessel of Nascency being sacrificed here. We see Island, 2 copies of Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, and a Vessel of Nascency. Over on Mario's side, he's going to take the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot and sacrifice the Evolving Wilds on Cody's end step. Now you look at this board, you don't think Cody started on a mulligan to 5.
Yeah. Perfect curve.
Now what we've seen time and time again here in this tournament, Marvel can really just play out the Aetherworks Marvel and just become very explosive.
Ooh.
This turn, however, we see an Ishkanah Graph Widow coming down, and that
He
is
has
going to
Delirium.
generate 3 spiders. Mario does have Delirium.
That's where like the game gets out of hand.
Ishkanah, we've seen shut vehicles down in its tracks multiple times already today. Yeah, we'll see what Cody can do to pull out of this. Taking a look at his list here.
Unlicensed decision. So disintegration would probably be good.
Looks like he does not seem to have any declaration in stone in his main deck. That's a really good way to deal with all those tokens at once. Yeah, without that, I think unlicensed disintegration is probably his best bet. Get the Ishkanah itself out. He's going to go ahead and crack a clue here, drawing a card. I would assume he's looking for a land drop here, or potentially another removal spell. Weighing his options here pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's just like rough.
He's going to put a concealed courtyard into play as his land drop comes in tapped. I also believe Cody is down to one card in hand here. So he has to be very... he's going to have to play optimally in order to not just be overwhelmed by the card quantity that Mario's got.
6 energy.
That is the magic number.
Oh.
Mario reached for 4 mana pretty quickly there, but taking a second to either look at how he's tapping it or reevaluate the play he's going to make.
Servant, the conduit, and a land in his hand, I think.
I believe I saw a servant, I saw a land, and I think I saw a Chandra in there actually.
Yeah.
We're going to see that servant come down.
That's why he's tapping 4 to play Chandra.
And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Pays 4, Chandra comes down. Go ahead and plus Chandra, make 2 red mana, play out that puzzle knot. It's going to gain him 3 life and 3 energy. So I'm at 18. 11 energy here. If he ever does resolve a Marvel, it's going to go downhill very fast for Cody.
Yeah, Deckenstone's like the only draw. And he doesn't play, right?
Yeah, I'm not seeing I don't see any copy of Declaration Stone anywhere in his 20, anywhere in his 75 now that I'm looking at it. Which is going to make it really difficult to deal with all those spider tokens. Yeah, I don't know how Cody's going to find a way to break through here. Mario still has to find a way to turn the corner and start dealing damage. The Pilot Exemplar coming down, that'll make it a little easier to try to attack in.
Yeah.
But
It's actually really good. All those guys are pumped up.
playing out 2 copies of Toolcraft Exemplar here off his remaining land, as well as the Cultivator's Caravan. The benefit of Ishkanah usually is that it lets the decks go wide and just block everything that the vehicle stack is throwing at them. Cody's just trying to go wider than Ishkanah here.
Yeah.
Currently has 2 Inventor's Apprentice, 2 Thraben Inspector, 2
Might-
Toolcraft Exemplar, and a Depala.
He might be able to drop Emrakul this turn if he has enough, if he has Delirium. Well, he obviously has Delirium, but he has enough mana for it.
He has at the very least 7, possibly 8 if he hits another land drop, which is what's here, which would
Evolving
mean
Wild.
he should be at the magic number for casting Emrakul if he
Yeah.
has it. He's going to go ahead and traverse the Uvenwald. Double checking the counter. I think he's trying to go for that Emrakul this turn.
Yeah.
He's going to grab an Ulamog here, actually.
Yeah, Ulamog's
Interesting
probably a
choice
lot
here.
better.
I'm Board state's a little clogged up here. I'm not sure exactly what Mario's game plan is going to be here. I don't believe he has enough to cast Ulamog this turn.
Yeah.
Apparently, as it's passed back to Cody. Cody again weighing his options here.
Such a weird game state. You don't really see this happen that often.
Yeah, it's definitely a board stall, which is, again, not, as you just said, not how these games go.
Yeah.
Usually one player gets out in front by a significant enough margin that they're fairly obviously in control. And here, both players are still at very high life totals. Both players have flooded the board out with creatures. I think it's going to take a big haymaker spell from one of the players to really break through, and I would expect that to be the Ulamog coming down shortly
Yeah.
on Mario's side. Cody deciding to crew up that smuggler's copter. It's a little off screen for you here, but I believe he's crewing up the cultivator's caravan as well, taking 2 creatures to do it, but crewing it nonetheless.
Swinging with everything except for Apprentice.
Pardon me. And Cody's going to go ahead and try to attack out with everything, see if he can put some pressure on here. Make Mario make the blocks. Hope he makes some less than profitable ones. Nepal here is pumping all of his creatures, so that copter and the caravan are 4/4s and 6/6s respectively. The Toolcraft Exemplars will be attacking it at 4 power as well.
Yeah. Does he have 2 artifacts or 3? Just 2, right? So they don't have first strike.
He may have 3. He has the caravan,
Copter.
he has the copter, and he may have a clue left, but it may have just been pushed off of screen. It's hard for us to tell. Cody here doing some math, counting up the damage before Mario moves to blocks.
So triggered Apollo.
Pay 4 off the Depala trigger here.
Scry
Trying to reload
4.
his hand a bit, as we were discussing a moment ago.
Ooh, it's 2. Guess that 2 cards.
And make sure to stack the trigger too, so he gets the card from Depala before the trigger from Smuggler's Copter. Going to be discarding a Scrap Heap Scrounger, I believe. Mario with just an absolute ton of energy here. So Cody's trying to attack in and make it difficult for Mario, but if Mario ever does land an Aetherworks Marvel, he's going to be able to just continue to spin it over and over and over again. He's going to use some energy here to make some Thopters first, though. This should allow him to make some more profitable blocks. If nothing else, keep some of his more valuable creatures alive.
Right.
Three Thopters coming onto the battlefield with the Whirler Virtuoso. We start assigning blocks here. Ishkanat is going to go in front of Tapala. Whirler Virtuoso is going to throw itself in front of the
So
Dual-Craft Exemplar. Two Thopters going in front of the other one.
took an extra one, right? Okay, I was just playing 2 at.
Both players should double checking the.
Sweet, yeah. Just put one of the spiders with the Virtuoso too, right? So you could kill the Toolcraft.
I believe that would be the play here. No, because what's going to happen is that when Ishkanat kills Tapala, the dwarves are going to lose that buff, and they will already have 2 damage on them for the turn, so they're going to go away.
Right.
It's putting all 3 spiders in front of that smuggler's copter, which at the moment would not be enough to kill it. But again, once Tapala left, it will lose that buff, becoming a 3/3 again, and
3,
killing
6, 9.
Look here, I don't think Mario's going to come out too worse for the wear after this.
7, 9, 11.
Cannot see what's happening with the Cultivator's Caravan up the top there.
I think he just took the 5.
And then the Apprentice would have gotten through as well, if I'm not mistaken, which would make it 7.
Okay. These are the guys
So,
that
the 2
recruit.
creatures that recruit. So yeah, I believe he would have gotten through for. Oh, everything went at Chandra.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
And apparently not enough got through to do enough damage.
This is Ulamog coming down.
Ulamog is going to come down here, take out the Caravan, and
Probably an Apprentice.
some other permanent. It's not really relevant at this point. Ulamog hitting the board is going to be quite the swing of power here. Going to go ahead and take out that Needle Spires, killing a land and a threat in one play.
Evolving Wilds.
This game's taking on quite the slow pace. This is the final, so I don't believe we are running the timer here. These players get as much time as they need to finish out these matches. As long as they play at a reasonable pace.
So Cody needs unlicensed disintegration.
Well, Ulamog is indestructible. I don't think Cody actually has
No.
any answers to that card.
So,
Cody's only hope would be to go wide and just go around it.
yeah.
At that point, he would have to deal 18 damage in 2 turns starting now. I don't think he's going to be able to pull this one out.
Yeah. And Chandra ultimate's next turn, so it's probably just done.
Cody's probably sitting here, sees the writing on the wall, making sure he's not missing any lines of play he could potentially have for his own way out of this.
I guess if he draws like P and stuff, he can make it so like Ulamog can't block and try to chip away. But
I think one of the things we missed here, Mario is apparently at 21 here. I think we missed a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot somewhere. Cody is at 18, again, something we missed
Yeah, this
somewhere along the line.
I think this game's just over.
It's been a very clouded board state, but as Christian's saying here, I think this game's probably just over. I can't imagine Cody really coming back from it. Ulamog swinging out here.
Yeah.
And, they're going to go ahead and scoop it up. Mario taking game one here in this best of 3 series.
Cody's
Looking
not
at
on
the
the
sideboard,
play.
we saw this matchup in round 3 here, so we know that we expect Cody to bring in Hijack again. A fun card to see played, if nothing else. I'm not quite sure what else he'll bring in. Weaver of Lightning is a possibility to deal with the Whirler Virtuoso.
Fragmentize isn't that bad, right? It's alright.
Fragmentize can potentially deal with Marvel.
Mario's probably putting in like
Looking over at Mario here.
Kozilek's the
Kozilek's
return.
return is probably pretty good. The World Breaker, I would imagine, comes in. I would expect the Natural State and the Ceremonies projection to come in as well.
Yep.
Give them more ways to deal with all the colorless threats that Cody's trying to deploy and trying to win the game with. And this is the third time we've seen these decks go against each other today. It's actually the second time we've seen these exact players playing this exact match here. We've said a lot of what there is to say about these matchups. The only thing that may change is the fact that this being the finals, they may take their time a little more.
Yeah.
Cody obviously still wants to end the game as quick as possible, but Mario, with not having to worry about going to time, it may be a little more interested in spinning the wheels a little longer,
Yeah,
not
taking his
rush to
time.
turn the corner as much as he may have in the Swiss rounds. Obviously not to suggest he would slow play, but
Right.
with the bias for GP Pittsburgh on the line here, they're going to be weighing every decision heavily and making sure they play as optimally as they can. So, shuffling up. Mario going ahead shuffling up. Getting his sideboard out of the way here. Make some other decisions. Someone who's played both of these decks, Chris, post board, what is the most important thing for each of the decks? Does it change at all from game one?
It's pretty similar. Similar game plan. Just for the red white or red white black, you just want to summon all your guys as fast as possible. But then I think the Marvel deck wants to just try to slow down the deck as fast.
So the Marvel deck's probably looking to bring in a little more interaction. Probably wanting to be a little less combo, a little more control.
Right.
All right, well, we'll see if Mario can control this game or if Mario Aggro, in the form of vehicles, is going to run them over.
Like the last game, Cody's hand was insane. If he went first, he probably had a good chance of winning. Like he had,
And that was on a mulligan to 5. We do need to remember
Yeah,
that. We've seen
exactly.
that. We've seen this deck play very good, strong games on mulligan to 5 so far today. We've seen it win on mulligans to 5. Both players have kept 7 here. Cody is on the play. Mario's attuned with the Aether, finding him a forest here. A mountain. Cody looking to make a turn 2 play here.
ooh, it's really strong.
Raven Inspector and a Toolcraft Exemplar. That is a lot of power on the board very quickly. Mario here making sure he sequences his land correctly. Doesn't want to be caught short on mana on a critical turn when he could potentially be casting a Marvel. He's going to play a mountain and go ahead and pass.
Probably has Heartless Lightning, I assume.
If nothing else, he's representing Harness Lightning, whether he has it or not. I would expect Cody to challenge him here and say, if you've got it, you've got to use it.
Yeah.
And attack in with both creatures fairly quickly. We'll see if that's the line of attack he chooses here. Pulls the trigger, swings in for 4. Gonna knock Mario down to 16.
Veteran
Down, and
motors.
Veteran Motorist is going to be the follow-up to that attack for 4. Let's get to scry out these Veteran Motorists. I believe you were playing your game, Chris, but during the last round we saw Eric Henson mulligan down to 5 and use a series of Veteran Motorists to smooth out his draws for the following turns, and actually came back and win a game on a mulligan to 5
Yeah.
with a similar Mardu vehicles list.
Deck's crazy. You can do a lot with little cards.
It certainly tries to leverage tempo and just the sheer efficiency of these small creatures as opposed to the raw power you see coming out of the Marvel deck. Mario going to go ahead and cast the Harness Lightning on the Veteran Motorist on end step here, choosing not to go after the Toolcraft Exemplar or the Raven Inspector. Sorry about that, folks. Mario goes up to 19 off that Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot. We see another attack in for 3 here. Mario's going to take 4 here, actually go down to 15. And a Thalia Heretic Athar is going to be the follow-up. That's going to make all of Mario's plays coming here much more difficult, potentially knocking him back a turn here as that Aether works. Aether Hub is going to come in tapped.
That's actually like a really good card. Right.
Even when he does get it really slows down all of his interaction. Even
I don't
Whirler
know if Mario knew the
Virtuosos.
interaction because it seemed like he didn't know. Like held his card back. I think Mario has Aether.
we see Cody's 1 copy of Fleet Wheel Cruiser coming down here. That's me attack for 4, 5, 6, I believe 11 or 12.
4. So he has a 3 or 2?
That's what I'm unsure of. I believe she's a 3/2.
8 plus. Should be 12, I think.
Mario's gaining 3 off the puzzle knot, taking 9. He's going to be going down to 6 here after all is said and done. And Cody's still at 20 here, so even if Mario does have a way to come back here, I believe he missed that. Forest is coming in tapped still. Thalia is still on the board. Even if he has a play here, being down at 6 with Cody all the way at 20, it's going to be difficult for him to go ahead.
It's going to come in tapped. I think last turn he was supposed to not play the Aether Hub and play just a normal land.
Or just Thalia only tap non-basic lands.
Oh, okay. It's a quick game.
And I believe that's going to be the game there. Cody able to just overwhelm here. Now, that does mean we were going to a game 3 here. Cannot actually see where our other match is happening, so we're not sure what their situation is at the moment. But these guys go into game 3 here. We've seen 2 very close games here.
Oh, yeah. That's Elias what did it, though. Without that, I think Mario would have been able to cast the... What's it called? The Aether... What the fuck am I talking about? Oh, my God. The Aether Works Marvel and probably try to get something.
We apologize for the little bit of latency we're experiencing here. Video's a little glitchy. I think it may simply be the camera running all day and fast movement of some of the moves while they're shuffling. We'll take a look at that between this and the moving into our finals. See if we can get it cleaned up a bit for you. Mario seems to have led off with an attune with the Aether.
It's a good
Cody
start.
has a. Sorry, Mario led off with an Evolving Wilds. Cody has a Toolcraft Exemplar come down for turn 1. Mario plays out a Forest. Cody has a Concealed Courtyard, so his mana is fixed pretty well here. Access to all his colors in virtually any combination he needs. See what play he has to follow up with. Raven Inspector, one of the best opening curves this set can have. He's going to run in for 3, put Mario down to 17. Aether Hub coming down for Mario. If he makes a play this turn, it will be the first play of the game for him. He does not. Sends it back to Cody. I know the Marvel deck has more powerful plays in the late game here, but it just feels like Cody's going to run away with this game if he leaves these creatures go unchecked.
Yeah, for sure. Cody's drawing all his low mana curve stuff. Mario's not drawing any of his side or hate for the small guys. So.
4 damage coming in. That's going to knock Mario down to 13.
Oh, there's Talia. That's like
Thalia
Crits.
comes down.
Oh, okay.
Kozilek's return on end step.
That's really good.
That is going to clean up Cody's board. This explains why Mario was okay not making these plays early on. 2 energy and an Aetherworks Marvel coming down. We could see this game get out of hand very quickly here.
Yeah, for sure.
Taking a look over at Cody's sideboard. He does have 4 Fragmentize in the sideboard that can deal with that. We'll see if he can find one of them here in this game 3.
Talia.
Another Thalia comes down. That'll help slow Mario down a bit, but it might be too little too late after he was able to curve that Kozilek's return into a Aetherworks Marvel. Mario playing out that Plains in there as a one of.
Puzzle Note, go up to 5. Probably sack the Puzzle Note and have enough energy.
If he sacks that Puzzle Note, he just got enough energy. He can spin that Marvel and it's going to gain 3 here. It's going to put him up to 16. And
Time to spin.
spin that wheel.
Chandra. Servant. Land.
It's looking like Chandra might be his best hit here.
Yeah.
Well, they can come down and deal with the Thalia here.
Hardness Lightning's not too bad, but I'm pretty sure Chandra's is the best. If he has a way to get 3 energy, you probably just Hardness Lightning for 2. That way you have 3.
Then another 3 would get him up to 6, and he could spin the wheel again. I'd imagine he goes for the Chandra here, just tries to get as much power on the board as he can as quick as possible.
Yep.
Power in the figurative sense, not the literal power as in power and toughness. He's going to go ahead and
DO4.
kill that Thalia. Now there are 2 must-answer threats on Mario's side of the board in the form of Chandra and Aetherworks Marvel. Cody's going to have to find a way to answer at least one, if not both of them, very quickly here. Cody's going to play out a Veteran Motorist here, should let him
Probably try to
scry,
find
hopefully dig to find an answer. Oh, excuse me. Looks like Cody is...
Put them both to the bottom, I think.
he sending them both to the bottom.
Copter.
The Smuggler's Copter. Mario on taps. 2 energy in the pool right now. He only needs to get 4 in order to spin again. Evolving Wilds to play for the turn. For land, another puzzle knot comes down. It's going to put Mario up to 22 life.
Yep.
In addition, up to 5 energy.
He's gonna be able to spin again. Try to get something.
Cracks it. No, it's not cracking. He's up to 9. He did gain another. He's going to be up to 25. With that Marvel going off.
Oh, there's Ulamog.
There's an Ulamog in there. That's probably going to be enough to do it. With that Ulamog coming in, it's going to take out the Smuggler's Copter and a land. Something else dealt with the Motorist. I'm not sure what off the top of my head. And again, looking at Cody's list, I don't really see any way to deal with this Ulamog. That's probably going to seal this up. Mario's already at 25 life. I don't imagine Cody's going to be able to do enough damage fast enough to really
There's no
do
draws.
anything about it.
He has 3 mana. He can't like flood the board with cards. It's like nothing you can do. Mario's gonna get another spin next turn, and it's probably just done.
Cody taking 2 off of Chandra here is going to put him down to 18 again. A number I don't think is going to be particularly relevant given the circumstances here.
Yeah. He's gonna try to just deal some damage in.
Cody with that hijack is able to
The deck out
come and
strategy.
attack. It's much more real when you have you're able to get multiple attacks. Ulamog is attacking Chandra here, so damage will not be going to Mario. Interesting choice. I can't imagine how else Cody is hoping to answer this Ulamog, with the exception of a Collective Defiance. Can potentially make your opponent sacrifice an attacking creature.
Yeah, there's only one of those, right?
Yeah, he has one Collective Defiance that may or may not be in the deck here. I'm not sure if that's something he brings in this match. Mario going ahead looking at playing something here. He's going to get out a Whirler Virtuoso.
Just so
More
powerful.
energy. And an attack for 10 coming here. Flips a lot of the library here. Little unorthodox method here for counting. We'll see how close he got.
I'm surprised.
He is
he hasn't
taking that hit from Ulamog as well. Is going to deal 10 damage to him, correct?
Yeah. Surprised he doesn't spin the marble. It's like,
He may just feel he doesn't need to, and that way he doesn't play into something like a Declaration in Stone, perhaps, if he would hit another Ulamog, or this feels it gives him a little more resilience. And that is the handshake. Mario Salgado is going to take this match 2-1. And I got word from our judge over there, over at the second match we had off camera, Eric Henson won. So in our finals here, we are going to see Mario Salgado versus Eric Henson. Yet another round of Teamer Aetherworks Marvel versus Mardu Vehicles.
oh yeah.
Mario Salgado taking that one down. Good fight, though. Cody
Yeah.
definitely put some aggression in there.
It was a good match.
Made Mario have the plays. And yeah, a very close match. That hijack again. Very sweet card Cody has in his sideboard there.
Probably like a turn or two late.
Does exactly what he wants to do, just a little late and not quite good enough.
Yeah.
So with that said, we're going to take a quick break here, get things set up for our finals here as Eric Henson and Mike Knowles battled out to see who gets the buys for GP Pittsburgh here. Again, I'm Robert Ellis, Christian Urena, and we'll be right back.
You lost or
All right, welcome back here for the final round of our GPT here for GP Pittsburgh. Join me, one of our finalists here, Mike Knowles.
Hey.
Unfortunately, he lost his semifinals match, but
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
we get him in the booth here, though, to bring us the action here on this last game. We have Eric Henson versus Mario Salgado again here, so we've seen this matchup quite a few times tonight. We're going to send it over as they're underway.
Mario has his play. He is now top seat at seat number 2 against Eric, who is seat number 4, I believe.
I believe so.
Yes.
Mario on the play here, getting this.
Yeah, so Mario is definitely in the driver's seat to not make a Mario pun, especially because Eric did not have a 1-drop here.
And we've seen these vehicles decks come off of a 2-drop here.
Yep, there they are.
Particularly when they have 2 1-drops coming unturned here like that, they can recover just fine. Now he just needs an artifact here to make these threats actually potent.
Yes. Although, on Mario's side now, because he gets that free turn of no attacks on turn 2, it gets him 1 step closer to being on turn 5, which is the earliest you can usually cast 2 spells, unless you have, like, 2 blowers in hand, which is super relevant for stabilizing this matchup.
Yes,
Although, it looks like that's not what's happening. It looks like Eric might have did the same thing he did to me, and Mario is stuck on 2 lands.
It's going to be rough when that Thraben Inspector comes down,
Yeah.
gets an artifact. We're going to see an attack in for 5 here. I'm sorry, I never adjusted
Yeah,
the...
Clues being the most potent artifact going on right now. You're going to be able to make infinite Clues with that new 4-drop enchantment.
We're going to
Eric
change out
on
the
tap.
name here.
Yeah, Mario just does nothing. Plays a Servant. And like 2 turns. Oh, and there's a Thalia's Lieutenant, so any chump blockers are coming in tapped. Or Theoretical.
It's quite the curve.
Far.
We've seen that card put in a lot of work here for
Yeah,
Eric. And
it's a pretty good card. I'm not gonna lie. Like you cast an Embercool, but that's on the board, and it's almost like you didn't cast an Embercool sometimes.
That's a slight exaggeration, I'm sure. Obviously, the Mind Slaver effect can be
Sure.
a huge impact, but
But you don't get to break their board as well.
Yeah, not
because
being
you're
able to
on
have
the
them
13.
attack into the
Hey, thank you
13,
for Vines for following us here on Twitch. Yeah, glad we got this set up though. Took us 2 years to get this set up. About.
Oh, the store hasn't even been open for 2 years. You're exaggerating.
You're in. How many months out from June are we? 4? You're in 4 months.
Yeah.
You're in 8 months.
A little
Sorry,
over a
reverse
year
that.
and a half here.
Yeah,
But,
Long
finally got it going.
long enough.
Finally got it going. That's the important part here. Still working out
vessel
some of the
cracked.
technical glitches, getting this cleaned up.
So I think he might need to take Aether Hub depending on what's in hand, just so he can potentially marvel his way out of this for Ulamog. Yep.
I think at this point that's going to be his. That's going to be how he has to get out of this. And
Yeah.
that Aether Hub coming in tapped here is
Not great.
probably not relevant. I don't think the deck plays a ton of 1-drops that it really wants to be getting out here. Although it's possible there was a 2-drop in hand with that Servant he wanted to power
Yeah,
out.
he probably wanted to put a chump blocker down, and that's not great. He really wants to get basic, obviously.
And this is going to hurt.
Ooh, I think this is probably just closes out the game.
If it's not lethal, it's close enough to it that it's really going to put Mario to the test.
There's nothing in the main board for the Marble deck that can touch a vehicle. Game 1 when it's unanimated. So just the Fleetwheel Cruiser existing as an untouchable vehicle, too good.
Mario's going to go ahead and pick that up.
Yeah. So you've seen Mario's sideboard. So what do you think he's going to bring in for this? Because you probably have more idea there.
Trying to remember
here's
what
Mario's.
what he brought in the first games here. Kozilek's return is a given. I'd expect Worldbreaker to come in. Ulamog can be really game-breaking, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brings
absolutely.
another one in. The Natural State and the Ceremonious Rejection are obviously givens. Anything that can take out these vehicles or stop those early threats. I feel like the route we've seen the Marvel deck take all day has been to become slightly less of a combo deck, a little bit more of a control deck.
Yes, absolutely. On the play, he wants a Ceremonious Rejection. I'm not sure if he might want it on the draw. It depends on what Eric's doing. Eric's been doing some weird stuff today with sideboard. I know he sided out against me. He sided out a what was it on here? So whenever he has the max, he's like, guys, he didn't accuse it. Yeah, so he sided out a Smuggler's Copter against me when I was on the play because he'd rather have something that I could Ceremonious Rejection, like just knowing I would probably bring one in. So he wanted to give less because he's like, oh, the turn 2 Copter isn't as great, apparently. I don't know. He's on the draw. That's what he told me.
I actually don't. One of the options that he might take that I'm not actually a fan of is bringing in things like the Gideon Ally of Zendikar and Sky
Yeah.
Sovereign Console flagship.
So yeah, anything that's 4 mana that isn't dealing damage on that turn is basically a free turn for the Otherworks player. I expect they would definitely bring in the Tekken Stone as a way to out the Emrakul. Also get rid of the Spider tokens that they come out for free. I'm not sure what he's playing Sky Sovereign for exactly. I'm not sure what matches
I
he
would
wants
see
it for.
what we didn't see it come down, but we were discussing earlier on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
The Sky Sovereign, the Gideon, the matchups where they really shine are the matchups such as Blue White Flash,
Yeah.
where their late game isn't as huge as you see in the Marvel decks. So
Sure,
if they bring
sure.
in the Gideon and the Sky Sovereign to have a little more late game for the Mardu Vehicles deck, they can actually keep up with the card quality of a deck like that. Here,
Makes
though, I
sense.
don't think that's really the
Kind
game
of
plan.
bad in a 10-to-5 ratio either works matchups though. Stasis Snare's coming in obviously, and Reckless Blizzard Asher is absolutely coming in. That is backbreaking. It makes being on the draw basically being on the play in this matchup. It's insane.
Absolutely. It really adds to the explosive draws that Mardu can have, and that's really what, as we saw in that first game, that's really what they want to be doing. They want to punish Aetherworks for being the slower deck. They want to punish them for stumbling, missing land drops, playing slower cards that don't affect the board state, such as Attune with Aether or Vessel of Nascency. And, players here getting ready for Game 2, checking out their opening hands. Looks like Mario's going to be mulliganing down to 6
Oh
here.
man, I feel this right now. I feel this so hard. Like 7 land hand to 3 attune and 3 lands to 5 land hand. That's my story last round. That's all I have to say.
It's always rough, but
It's pretty bad. But
Magic
yeah.
is a game of variance. If there was no variance, it'd be chess.
No, yeah. I mean, I like chess, but no, I agree. Eric's doing some really sweet things here this weekend, though, I want to talk about. So, just while we have time. So, the pilots are really sweet. Knowing that there'd be a lot of Kozilek's turn running around actually makes some of his dudes untouchable. So, the Gearcraft Exemplar, when it's triggered, can't be touched by combat because it gives all dwarves +1/+1.
You're referring to the pilot exemplar.
Yeah, pilot
Okay.
Exemplar. Yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
that card
pretty sweet.
we've seen that card shine in a few games here, and Mario on the play here.
Hey, here we go. 3 life. That's where we want to be.
Yeah, we've seen those puzzle knots really come in play here. If I had to name one card as the MVP for the Marvel decks here, I would say the puzzle knot.
Yeah,
the
it's
life
really
it generates, the energy it generates, and how quickly it can do it.
Mm-hmm.
It helps them stem the bleeding from these vehicle decks.
And how you stack up your puzzle knots in your build, it definitely explains what you're doing as a player. So, for instance, I ran a 3 wood, 1 glass, and I would side out, depending on the matchup, when I would sideboard out a weave, I would sideboard based on the matchup. And it's really nice just to have the options, but obviously wood's the best one by far.
Yes,
Hey, there's that pilot we were talking about.
And,
I don't know what he used on that scrap. I think it was a harness. I think it's in the yard, which is relevant.
No, he didn't use the energy, so it couldn't have been a red mana. It may have been a natural state, which I believe he has on his
Ooh,
board.
sweet.
That is
Awesome.
what I would expect for 1 mana there.
Yeah.
Thalia coming in.
Didn't see how much he tapped up. I thought he was going to cause some problems, though,
To
especially
call-
with limited cards in hand.
Yeah, Thalia.
Ooh, Mario just passes. Wow, on 2 lands again. It's not great.
Yeah, again, this is where the vehicle deck really wants to punish you. If you're going to stumble on lands, Vehicles is going to make you pay for it.
Yeah, dude.
Now,
You're
what do
going
you
to pay
think about Mario?
insurance.
Now, Mario did mulligan to 6 here, so that
Mario
might be
did
why he
mulligan to
decided
6.
to keep
I
the
didn't see if he kept on
2-land
top.
hand.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't think he really could have went the 5.
It's another 6 coming in here.
I don't think it's an option with this deck. You can't go to 5 against Mardu vehicles unless, again, like it's all land or all uncastable stuff. Like, it's just not an option.
Now, Eric is going to go ahead and use pump some of his mana here.
He's going to get some vehicles.
Into
I thought I
Depala.
saw a Thopter in hand. Yeah, there's a Thopter.
We have
You
a
can get both of
Thopter,
them.
we have a Thraben Inspector, and we have a Veteran Motorist.
Does he know he can get the Thopter also? Isn't it all? I haven't had it used against me today. Isn't it?
I am
Reveal
not
and
sure
get
off
all?
the top of my head.
I'm gonna double check that card.
Maybe
I
I'll
know
take
you
a
can
look.
choose not to get it, so he's doing a legal play. I know that. I'm gonna check this right now, but I believe he gave up a Thopter.
Regardless, Mario's taking 6 here, going
Yeah,
down
Mario's
to
not
11.
doing good regardless. It's very inconsequential to the game state, TBH.
As we were discussing when I was on here with Adam, it's,
Yeah.
it really becomes a game of, particularly in a format like Standard, where a lot of the cards have very similar power level.
Oh yeah.
It becomes a game of those little percentages, getting that little 10 to 15%. And we did see Eric earlier today make one of those little plays. His only land in hand was the Aether Hub on a mull to 5. Chose not to play a turn 1 Thraben Inspector, so he could get down a Veteran Motorist on 2 and set up the rest of his draw steps, and actually won that game on a mull to 5.
Yeah, one of the things I will say about Eric as a player that really shines for him is that while you're usually seeing him playing like an aggro deck, it's because he always wants to cut down on the mistakes he can make. Like, he really kills himself when he makes a mistake. And so by playing aggro decks, he always leaves himself the more straightforward plays, so he's always making the most optimal route. And because he enjoys just swinging at you with all these dudes as he is right now.
Yeah,
But not that one. That one doesn't have haste.
And we do have another 6 coming here, that Harness Lightning dealing with the Whirler Virtuoso.
Yeah, Virtuoso being one of the ways he can get out of it. I guess he's going for the Marvel. I guess he's going for the Scoop. Eric Henson takes in the quick one.
Very short work here. As we saw there, when your opponent stumbles, the Mardu vehicle deck really likes to take advantage of it.
Oh, I think that was actually an illegal move. I think it says you have to take all. I just closed it. I just saw all. I'm like, oh, if you do via top X cards, put all. Yeah, that was a legal move, but I guess it's a little too late now. Eric, congratulations,
We'll mention
Eric,
it later. I don't think it would have
yeah,
made much of an impact on that play.
It's not a big deal. Stop. But yeah, that's the matchup. Glad this format's over, almost.
I think that's the first time we've actually seen vehicles win the matchup against Aetherworks on camera today, and we've seen it quite a few times.
I wouldn't know I was playing, so I wouldn't know. But no, Vehicles was definitely the best counter coming in this event. Again, because it has cards like Sky Sovereign and Gideon for the other matchups also. Because it isn't all about the Aether matchup. It is, but it really isn't.
It was today,
you can bring whatever you want.
coincidentally. You never know, though.
Absolutely. Really great feel. Really good people here today, too. Snow drove some people out. Like I say, every person playing this event is like top quality. Like this is basically top cut the entire day. Like it was pretty sweet.
It was really fun to watch these decks. As much as we saw the same decks over and over again, just seeing the quality of player playing these top quality decks. Really fun to see him battle it out. And again, congratulations to Eric. Do well at GP Pittsburgh for us. I understand you're going out there as well.
Yes, I'm already booked. Eric, I guess is booking now. He said if he gets the buys, he's booking. So I guess he'll be out there. Yeah, I'll be there. It's gonna be sweet. Go to Parmini Bros. Best sandwiches in Pittsburgh. Definitely.
All right, well, best of luck to you there. From all of us at Arrow Central, it's been a great day. Thanks for joining us.
Don't forget, pre-release next weekend.
Yeah, pre-release next week. We'll be streaming both those events, hopefully with commentary. Those are going to be at noon on Saturday and Sunday. And if you want to come out and play, come on out. More information on that and every event we have is available on owlcentralgames.com as well as facebook.com/owlcentralgames. Additionally, we are expecting both of those events to fill up. We have filled up.
We are a quarter of the way filled. Half of those are for Saturday's pre-release. It's about half filled right now. So you guys should absolutely pre-register. Contact us through Facebook or through email. We can get you guys all set up. If you guys want to come here and play with us, it's going to be a great time.
Yeah, we filled up every pre-release we've had so far since we've opened, and we expect to continue that trend here.
Half of it is because we're a good store. The other half is that Wizard doesn't want to up us.
We'll get there eventually. With that being said, I am
Just
Robert.
like Eric got there. That's the commentary!
Bringing it around. I am Robert Ellis.
I'm Mike Knowles.
Thank you, good night, and good gaming.